A very warm welcome to the Mobility Resort Motegi. We are in Japan for the third round of the FIM Asian Road Racing Championships 2026. 30 years since this series was first established, season number 28 ongoing and approaching the midway point at a venue that's become very familiar to us here on the Asian Road Racing Championship. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell to talk you through this afternoon, which is a truncated afternoon from our usual entertainment. Just 4 races coming your way. We had 1 or 2 shipping problems, thanks to a typhoon, it must be said, that meant that the TVS one-make race will be delayed until 2 races taking place tomorrow. So 4 races today, 6 races tomorrow. Okay, let's get things underway. Barry Russell, it's great to be back in Motegi.
It certainly is, and we've had mixed weather, but it's been absolutely gorgeous.
This is the Underbone 150cc. This is the first race that we'll be dealing with today. This is the first race that we'll be dealing with today. And Barry, it was a strange old system because the riders seemed to be waiting until the very, very last moment, keeping an eye on each other before they actually went out.
Yeah, that was Fadli Regani taking a trip into the gravel. But yes, we just had, because again of the truncated schedule that you mentioned, it was just a straight 25-minute qualifying session rather than the split qualifying we usually see. Same riders came to prominence though. These riders have been doing a good job for UMA Racing all the way through practice, and this morning's qualifying session, Nazrul and Adib running together. It ended badly for Adib in the end. Shuret Sauki also for Yamaha LFN going very well. And we often see Dimas Juliet Moko on pole position and front row. He's a great qualifier.
He's a tremendous qualifier, and exactly that's what he did again today on bike number 52. Bike number 143, Husni Zainal, of course, the defending champion, and is the man in charge of this season as well. He's got himself in second place. But how do we stop the Indonesians, or how can the Indonesians be stopped, Barry?
This is really difficult to see, especially with Husni in at the sharp end of that. In practice yesterday, he was more than a second in each session, quicker than anybody else.
And these conditions as well, Barry, absolutely perfect. It's just under 30 degrees. There's a nice cooling breeze, and the track has been relayed and is in perfect condition. Perfect.
Yeah, that's it. Track temperature, early 40s probably. Perfect again. It's set for another really, really exciting round 3. What can people do about Husni Zainal Fauzi? It was notable that Aditya Fauzi earlier this week was talking about him and others trying to figure out how it is that Husni manages to get himself into the right place at exactly the right time.
No matter the circuit. I mean, this is a unique circuit. It's long, 2 long straights, and the hill, turn 11, I think, is spectacular. But Husni, as you say, just seems to work it out. Right place, right time. A race after race after race after race after race.
Yeah, he does. And whether you can work that out or whether it's just some God-given gift that he has, absolutely phenomenal. Anyway, he was pipped to pole by Dimas Juli this morning, and he starts from the middle of the front row.
We're just seeing some sights now of the old twin ring circuit, but they are decommissioning the old oval here, and so it is now the Mobility Resort Motegi, has been for a number of years. In many ways, it's a shame to see the old oval go, but it's not been in use for a number of years. So I suppose it makes business sense, and it gives more spectator opportunities, which are being built at that shot that we saw just then.
Indeed. One great thing that the legacy that the oval has left us is just the shape of this overall complex. It's like an arena, so brilliant for spectators, fantastic racing, and look at some of the viewing positions that the spectators are enjoying. They've been arriving all day, opening up the back of their SUVs, getting out the folding chairs and the cool boxes.
Okay, number 61, Charles Chazras, will be starting from the pit lane. He had a bit of a problem. He's had a decent season, but he had a bit of a problem earlier on this morning. As did 1 or 2. There were 1 or 2 bikes that came off where we didn't expect them to.
Yeah, he just didn't get out for qualifying. So he was so frustrated. So he's, as you say, starting from pit lane. Unfortunate for him, because yeah, you're right, Des. As a rider, he is in good form.
The one good thing about the underbones, particularly on a circuit which is 4.8 kilometres in duration, there's plenty of time to get yourself into contention. But you'd much rather be starting towards the front than having to catch up from the pit lane, because you wear and tear, and you're pushing that much earlier in the race.
Yeah, and the greater risk of just starting in the middle of the pack. Just that, really, as the riders jockey for position for turn 1, and all the hustling and bustling that goes on lap 1. We can see them just below us clearing the grid for the warm-up lap, which will begin in 1 minute from now.
Yep, the 1 minute board is up. This is the long straight here. It's a cracking circuit. You've got to go under 2 tunnels, and also there's a downhill into a sharp right hand, which can cause mayhem, particularly in the underbones of the AP50s, where there's a lot of bikes on the track at the same time. There's not a lot of space at the end of turn 11.
Yeah, it's a thrilling place to watch. Lots of drama at turn 11. It's the kind of drama we often see at the final turns at circuits like Sepang and Buriram. But yeah, it's just before they get into the final complex.
Okay, kaleidoscope of colour, as is always the case. And there's the backdrop, and the green of the forest surrounding us here in Motegi seems to add a little bit more vividness to the colours that we see on the circuit. The Malaysian flag is flying, and we'll run you through the runners and riders from pole position onwards as Charles Chadras comes out of the pit lane for the warm-up lap. So that's good, at least his bike is operating and running. And in terms of the grid, we've got Dimas Juliat Moko, the bike number 52 in P1, alongside the champion and current championship leader Husni Zainal Fauzi, John Emerson Ngito alongside him on the front row. And
on the second row, Husni's teammate, Gupta Krishna Wardana for Zia LFN. Next to him, Sharat Sauki for Yamaha LFN HV969, and Fazrul Sham making an appearance near the front of the grid in P6.
39 years young, Fazrul Sham. Silmi Helsinki in P7 alongside Ahmed Dawisi, Ahmed Sahir, and Fadli Regani, who recovered from that tumble earlier on today. That's the third row.
And on row 4, Randy Oding for 4S1M Evo Yamaha Racing, Timothy Rojas, the Filipino next to him, and Aditya Fauzi starting down in 12th, further back than he would have hoped.
Into P13, former champion Izzat Bahudin. When will his bad luck ever end for the Uma Racing rider, bike number 87? He's alongside a former TVS1 Mohammed, P14, which we're hoping has got more reliability this week. Why Ajit Laksana, another former champion on the Youngstar bike, is in P15.
Yeah, Aditya's Honda mounted teammate Kiki Sudirman Manarung starts 16th. Next to him, Adib Arshad, and alongside of him, Shafiq Rasol for Aeon Credit Cardinals.
And in P19, we then move on to Afizi Supat on the second of the Vosges. We have the Motul Honda Asia team of Charles Chadras, who we saw getting off theoretically in P20. April King Moscada was another who had a disappointing time this morning. Bike number 95, new number, but not much luck here in Motegi for the Filipino.
Yeah, crashed early in qualifying for him, and completing the grid, Akshal Ilham Safatullah for Team 1 for all.
This is the make or break part of this circuit. You come sweeping down the hill, and if you're in the right position, you can sweep into turn 11, and that can take you through to the end of the lap. If you get it wrong, or it's ultra congested, it can be very, very difficult.
Well, it was a double win for Husni Zainal Fauzi and his irresistible charge towards the 2025 title last year. He's been fastest in both qualifying sessions, both practice sessions yesterday, and second in qualifying today. He rumbles to take up his front row position. Yeah. He is the rider everybody wants to beat, everyone has to beat.
2 wins out of 4 races so far this season for him. 2 third places, just to prove that he is human. Superhuman effort last year. He won by nearly 100 points, which in this competition is unbelievable.
And that 38-point advantage he's got over his teammate Gupta Krishna means that he's got an advantage on average of almost 10 points in each race.
It's phenomenal.
It's ridiculous, whichever way you look at it.
Okay, 58 there is Silmi Helsinki for Team One for All. Just coming in, you can see bike number 52, Dimas Juli Apmoko, who won his maiden races on the Underbone Championship last season. And he's a genuine competitor. At the moment, he's third in the championship standings on 43 points, just a single point behind Jupiter Kreshna. So he'll be looking for some good points here as we approach the midway point of the season. 8 laps of the circuit. Underbone 150cc, we are off safely, and it's a solid start coming in from the pole sitter Dimas Juli Apmoko. Husni Zainal, of course, though, bike 143 has gone alongside him, but everybody is away safely into this long sweeping double right-hand corner.
Yep, Husni settling comfortably into P2 behind Dimas Juli.
So you've got the 2 long straights, and then you go out into the countryside. And again, this is a double left-hander, and it's going into the bridge at the end of this next straight that you can get an awful lot of concertinaing together. Got to get your position right. But it's Dimas Juli who's got off to a nice start behind him, bike 143, and Nazrul Izzat Bahudin. And I think even the neutrals are looking for him to have a change of luck.
Absolutely, he's come up really well from P13 early on. A little bit of contact there in the middle of the pack, as we were saying. The advantage of starting at the front is that you don't have that extra layer of risk that comes with having to make your way through a pack.
Well, all 22 have got away quite nicely. It's a lovely circle as they go up the hill and then into another surprisingly tight right-hand corner. On the screen, television seems to...
Well, we know Nazrul also is comfortable leading these Underbone races.
And of course, at some time, at some stage, Ahmed Fazrul Sham will get himself into the front. One of these days, he'll stick it and get himself a podium place.
He's in about 5th or 6th at the moment. The number 11 just in the middle there.
Here they come, they're 4 abreast, and you've certainly got to work your way into the tightest of corners. It's virtually 90 degrees. Then you go out of the sun and then back into the sun before a double left-hander and then back onto the front. But this is looking pretty good. Well, 25 is John Emerson Ngito.
He started from the outside of the front row and put himself in a good position. Head down, deep down as always on these Underbones to try and just get an extra half a kilometre per hour.
In qualifying, a lot of the athletes were slipstream. They were getting a pull on this home straight.
Yeah, normally in the split qualifying and Super Pole we eliminate that. So yeah, anyway, it was a weird qualifying session, but we're in the race now.
And the usual candidates are up at the front. Lovely sweeping circuit this, and the high vantage point for the spectators. They can see exactly what's going on, which is John Emerson Ngito leading the way. He's got Dimas Juli for company, and of course Husni Zainal, bike 143, and Nazrul Izzat.
Yeah, and 1.1 second back from John Emerson Ngito at the front is Muzakir on board AS25 Vosges. So they'll getting that Vosges into a position where they're finishing once or twice this season already within 1 second of the winner. Unfortunately, that means you're probably not going to score any points.
You're 19th or 20th, but I know what you mean. Coming in is number 27, Adib Arshad, on the second of the Uma Racing Yamaha. So they both got themselves up near the front, the vivid purple liveries.
Late crash for Adib, the number 27 as well in qualifying, but no harm done.
Helps his way into the front as well as they come out into the countryside once again.
Yeah, no surprise there again. Jupiter running at the front. Currently sits second in the championship, albeit 38 points behind, and just 1 point above Dimas Juli, the number 52 on your screen, who just slips into the lead once again.
He's had 1 podium so far this season, Dimas Juli Apmoko, a P2 in Sepang. had a DNF and a P4 in Buriram. So he's in decent form, but decent form isn't good enough when Husney handles the opponent. Husney leads by 38 points. As they come through, Dimas Julie is the leader at the quarter point. Adib has got the fastest lap.
Yeah, I think there was an error at some point there from John Emerson Gito, who slipped back into the 8th.
There's a long lap penalty being imposed on bike number 51, Ahmad Dawisi of the UZ Asia team.
Now, for the first time among the leaders, we pick out Aditya Fauzi for JPNW SND, the Honda, and we also, unfortunately, see a crash involving 2 bikes there. I wasn't quick enough to pick out who they were.
Well, our drone was able to pick it up. Got over the top of the scene, and for the championship leaders, it doesn't involve them. Because again, it's tricky when you come into the light, out of the light, particularly when the sun is out. There's a bit of cloud cover now, so it's not too difficult at the moment for the riders. But that can be awkward as they come through. Aditya Fauzi, 77, is amongst the lead.
Yeah, really determined to get a good result this weekend. Aditya Fauzi, sounding really positive. Second season on board the Honda. Yamaha tradition had advantage in this category. We first saw Aditya as a regular rider in Wayuaji Trilaksana's Race Tech 60 team. Brilliant season he had then.
Once again, they come over the top of the hill. Aditya is leading the way. Dimas Julie has stayed with him. Dimas, who won the MP2 overall national championship in Indonesia a couple of years ago. That's how he, I think that gave him a ton of confidence, because since then he's been regularly competing at the top of the grid.
Just to pit the competition at the line.
95 April King Moscardo, who started right at the back. He's got himself into that leading group as well. The Filipino in P7 at the moment.
Yeah, great work from April King.
And April, well, he posted the fastest time there. He's half a second down, but just look how congested it is. This is going to get fun on those last couple of laps. We often talk about this, particularly with the underbones and the AP250s this season. But when you get to the last lap, position coming into those final few turns, absolutely critical. A little concerned look there from Wayuaji Trilaksana, bike number 60, in the middle of the pack. But it's still Nazrul who's leading the way.
Yeah. Looking on, Wayuaji Trilaksana, his rider for this season, Dimas Julie, doing the hard work at the front of the pack at the moment.
Yeah, you forget sometimes the dual responsibilities of the likes of Wayuaji. They're not young pups anymore. They're into the next phase of their career, and they're developing talents such as Dimas Julie and racing themselves.
Yeah, and still really competitive. So, yeah, I really admire what Wayuaji's been doing. Third season now, I think, for his own team. Third or fourth, possibly.
And still picking up points. He had a P2 in Buriram last time out.
Yeah.
There's April King. Dimas Julie still leading the way. Those front two, it's unusual to see this in Underbone. The front two have been in the front 2 or 3 for, well, the whole time so far.
Yeah, Nazrul and Adib for Uma Racing Yamaha. They've been doing a lot of work together. They're apart on the track at the moment for the first time, but it's Nazrul who's staying with the leaders.
Gito has joined them once again. Gito was third on the grid, so he's posting quick times.
Yeah, Forest 1M rider hoping for great things this season.
It's just building. We've had a couple of casualties, as invariably we do. Fadli Regani is struggling. Fadli, I think, was one of those involved in that incident.
And it was the recovering Filipino, King Moscardo, who led them across the line that time.
With another fastest lap, midway point. April King, Dimas Julie, Nazrul Izzat, John Emerson Gito. Husney still lurking though in 6th. They'll all be watching the number 143. Where's he going? What's he doing? What's the line he's taking?
What's he thinking? They'll never know. There's a very special algorithm at work there, I think. April King staying at the front.
That is Nazarul. Oh, Nazarul gets that wrong, and Nazarul, his race looks like it's done. We keep talking about bad fortune for Nazarul is about him, and it's another. Oh, you've got to feel for him.
Frustration. One of the riders clearly capable of taking the win, taking a podium, let down by a mechanical issue once again. Oh,
this will be his third DNF in 5 races.
If he didn't have bad luck, he wouldn't have any luck at all.
Wow.
Absolutely crushed for Nazarul.
Well, he's stomping away. Gosh, that's a stomp.
And he's such a nicely tempered individual.
Well, he's not there.
not now, but
right.
He's upset.
Got a feel for him. In the meantime, though, the race goes on without him and his teammate Adib Arshad. Maybe he can get some kind of consolation for the UMA Racing team. In the meantime, though, 143. Husni Zainal has got himself just ahead of Dimas Juli into the second part of the race. And Husni Zainal looking for win number 3 of the season. And you add that to the 6 that he posted last season. He wins every other race, and he's only missed the podium on 3 occasions.
Yeah, absolutely phenomenal record. He runs across in that leading group of 4.
A couple of Filipinos in there, and right at the back, that's Ahmad Dawisi.
Yeah, John Emerson and April King flying the Philippines, flag of the Philippines. Very well so far. Now with the exit of his teammate Adib Arshad having a look just behind the leaders there.
You know this is building because we know at the end of the 8th lap, they've got that hill and there's no space. There's only space for 2 bikes when you take the right-hand turn. Everybody else will be pushed wide. As once again, we have a look at Dawisi. Yeah, just losing a little bit. That's Shaul Shazras as well. There's a leading group, and then a group of 4 are just a little bit further down.
Another one to watch, Des, coming through now after a very quiet weekend is Rendi Oding. That's what Team 1 for all, I think. Yeah, it is.
Is that Silmi?
Yeah, that's Silmi, number 58. He's out.
Silmi Helsinki crashes into the dust.
April King back at the front.
Well, it's just building up as they come down this hill. Just keep an eye on this. Let's just have a look at what happened. You don't catch it. He just seemed to run off. Didn't get it right. Back end.
Yeah, he looks accusingly down the track, but we couldn't see anything untoward or what caused that crash.
Coming down the hill, Dimas Juli has got Aditya Fauzi. As they go through, there really is no space, and then you get yourself on the right line to sweep onto this double left-hander. And then what kind of a drive do you get out on the long straight? It is deceptively long. It goes on and on and on, but Dimas Juli at Moko. Well, there you go. There's the slipstream that Aditya Fauzi will have been rehearsing.
Yeah, I was just going to say that did look like a rehearsal from Aditya Fauzi. He does fancy it this weekend.
Zainal's in there as well, bike 143. You can never, ever write him off.
And I suspect that Husni wasn't on full throttle at that point.
He's just looking, observing. That's the line that Aditya took. That's the one I'll take.
Not wanting to alarm anybody too early.
That's close to coming together. And it's just going to get a little bit more physical as we come into the final lap and a half.
Yeah, UMA's Adib Arshad coming up once again towards the front.
Some riders pushed off the racing line, off the tarmac.
Adija, he's having a bit of an attempted scamper at the front then.
Well, he is getting away. Still, Husney he's tracking the
Husney straight onto him. Yeah. He could see, I think, what was in the mind of Adija Fauzi.
This here LFN racer just seems to have this sixth sense. Now he takes the sharp left. Saw the move, followed it.
Oh, a black flag for April King. Sorry, the 195. Akshal. That's the other one for all rider being black flagged for a mechanical issue. King dropped back in that group.
Somebody was off the racing line, but he's recovered. Yeah. That was Adib.
Yeah, that is Akshal.
Well, clearly, he might have been dropping some oil. Let's hope it's not on any kind of a racing line.
Yeah, we don't see any flags yet. Let's just see. It's John Emerson and Gito at the front once again. It's Julie just nicely positioned. Now, we begin the last lap.
Okay, John Emerson and Gito had the lead, bike number 25. April King also in that little group. It's looking good for the Philippines. Ahmad Dawisi is there, Randy Odding and Zikat and Demas Julie, but so is Husney, 143. It's just tapered off a little bit. It's a front 8. Maybe Adib is able to stay close to them. But it's less congested than it might have been. They've just managed to shake off the main part of the pack.
Yeah, Aditya at the back of that group as they cross the line. Number 77 on the Honda.
And Husney's dropped back a little bit there as well. Not too far, but there he is. He's in P9 at the moment, P8, P9. But there's still more than half this lap to go. 25 leading the way, John Emerson and Gito for S1M Evo Yamaha.
Yeah, the mind games are underway well and truly.
Is that Charles Shadras in the midst? That was 61 who suddenly appeared and a different line taken. Right, now is where the congestion can really get to you. Right place, that's where you've got to be coming into turn 11 as they come up to the top of the hill.
Yeah, John still at the front.
John Emerson and Gito leads the way. Husney is off the pace, surprisingly. Dimas Julie is in P4 at the moment. And we could have a surprise on our hands here.
Yeah, Randy O'Ding has joined the conversation as well. Number 129.
As they come through, Charles Shazras, Dimas Julie, bike number 52. Dodging and weaving his way into the right position. Dimas Julie at Moko goes through into P2. Now it's a case of the drive out. That's through 11. They've got a double left to go, and then it's a sprint to the line after the right-hander. And we are going to have 5 in a sprint. Now then, slipstream comes into play. Dimas Julie in P3 at the moment. Has he timed this right? John Emerson and Gito is there. Bike 25 and coming through for the win. John Emerson in Gito takes it for the Philippines. Ahead of Randy Odding and Dimas Julie at Moko.
Well, John Emerson and Gito, that's his second win in this category. I think 3 years ago now in Sugo in a wet race. Memorable win then for the Filipino.
It is a photo finish. The result is under, well, Race Direction are going to have a look at this, but we're pretty sure that John Emerson and Gito is clear as you like. Randy Odding in P3, Dimas Julie 4, and Husney Zainal down in P7. So he is human after all.
Yeah, could be. Let's see. And Aditya Fauzi didn't make it to the line. We didn't see what happened to him. But the number 77, just looking down. No, he's not there. Gupta finished in front of his teammate, but magnificently judged. He was threatening all the way through.
Third place in qualifying. So he was on the front row and he was able to hold off everybody from behind him. The photo finish will be for P2, and it's whether or not Dimas Julie got the better of Rendy. And I don't think he did. I think Rendy, one of your favourites.
Yeah, indeed, yeah. I saw him coming through on that last lap, and he made it stick. Great to see Rendy in this championship. He came in with a great reputation. Now he's got a great result.
Well, that was a slow burner of a race, but there's plenty of drama. More problems for Izzat Bahudin, for the Malaysian. 3 DNFs out of 5 races, now still on 0 points, the former champion, but a first win of the season after accumulating just 15 points prior to this for Philippines' John Emerson Ngito. There's the result. He wins it by 1/10 of a second from Rendy Odding, who is just 100 clear of Dimas Juliet Moko. Ahmad Dawizi for UZ Asia team is half a second down in P4. Shirad Sauki points for the Zia LFN team, just ahead of his teammate and rival Husni Zainal Fauzi, bike number 143. April King Moscado makes it a very successful Filipino race number 1 with a P8 and 8 points for him. In P9, Y Aji Trilaksana, the HJS Youngstar bike. Behind him is Ahmed Fazrul Sham on the Yamaha Aeon Credit Cardinals. Charles Shazras in P11, Kiki Sudirman in 12. Muzike Mohammed on the Vosges picks up points, as does Afizi Supat. So they are improving race on race. Adi Barsiad, well, a minor consolation for Uma Race and Yamaha. They will pick up 2 points from a race that they really had hopes of winning. Out of the points, Fadli Rigani, Shafiq Rassel, Tim Rojas, Aditya Fauzi, Akshal, who was called in, and Silmi Helsinki. Not a great day for Team One Fall, and Nazrul Izzat Gosh. As you, I like your quote, if he had any luck, it's no luck whatsoever.
Yeah, really unfortunate for Aditya, and unbelievably unfortunate for Nazrul Des. Brilliant win. John Emerson Ngito really won from the front.
Yeah, he was constantly involved there, wasn't he, in the front pack, right from the start. As we wait for the bikes to come down to the Parc Ferme, which is a full lap away. But yeah, they're happy. Of course, they're happy. They work hard for this. They're regularly towards the front end in qualifying, John Emerson. He's had a decent season without the points to back it up, and now he's got the win and the points to back up his form.
Yeah, that'll be a nice lift for him. And in championship terms, got to be good for Dimas Julie. I know you'll tell us very shortly, but we'll see it confirmed later when we look at the revised championship. But he was, I think, one point behind Gubita.
Yes.
In third place. Gubita finished 6th.
Yeah, he'll move into P2. And he'll get a little bit closer as we have a chance to go down to Daniel, who is in the Parc Ferme, and we'll get some post-race reaction.
All right, Dimas, very difficult race. Different day, very much hotter conditions this time round. So tell us, how difficult was the battle out there, especially for the last lap?
Alhamdulillah, saya ada di podium ketiga di balapan ini. Saya terima kasih kepada mekanik, owner, sponsor, bos AJS yang sedang nonton di Madura, dan bos Ayu Sekti yang sudah datang ke sini. Saya terima kasih banyak. Di balapan tadi mungkin ada kesalahan saya juga. Saya terlalu percaya diri dengan motor saya. Saya melewatkan Randy Oding dan John. Saya pikir saya bisa ngelewatin di street. Ternyata kepercayaan diri saya lepas dari hasil yang saya inginkan. Terima kasih.
So he's saying initially he was grateful to get a P3, and he was saying a big thank you to the team, to the boss, and to his family as well. And he was thinking that he was able to get Randy and John down the line, but ultimately he did manage on the podium. So congratulations, Dimas. And in P2, for the first time this season, we have Randy Oding. So Randy, finally on the podium here in the Underbow 150 class. Difficult battle, but a great result for the team. Tell us about this race.
Ya, saya mengucapkan terima kasih kepada Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala dan bos, tim, semua sudah kerja keras. Dan alhamdulillah aku baru awal podium di kelas UB ini. ya bismillah untuk besok di race 2. Semoga yang terbaik lagi.
So Randy was saying a big thank you to the creator, big thank you to the team and the boss, and he's happy to finally get on the podium in the Underbone 150, and he's hoping for a good result tomorrow. Thank you, congratulations, and victorious for the second time in his career in the Underbone 150. We have John Emerson Ingito. John, it was such a big battle all the way through, and then especially that last lap. Down the line, we thought Randy was about to get you, but you got it on right until the end. So tell us about that final lap.
The final lap is so very amazing with the good fight with the many riders, also with my teammate. I'm so very careful from every corner because I want to make a little bit a gap for him to make a strategy and to defend our position to, both of my teammate and my temperature is getting high. That's why I'm so nervous because this is the last lap. I tell to God, help me God, and He gave me this position. And thank you for everyone Filipino fans to give me a prayer and give this opportunity to get the podium.
Thank you so much, John. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Race highlights for a famous day at the Mobility Resort Mategi for John Emerson Ingito and the Philippines. He was on P3 on the Great Barrier Russell, and he kept himself, bike number 25, right in the mix right the way throughout.
Yeah, he did. It was a brilliant race from him. As we'll see a little later, he led most of the last lap. Early casualties, of course, unfortunately. This stage, Nazrul Izzat was running close to the front all the way through, looking really good.
Yeah, bike number 87. Gosh, we were talking about his luck. We've been talking about his luck all season, and
there it ran out. Absolutely gutting for the Malaysian.
Reaction from him there. That meant that our focus, my focus, certainly on Husni Zainal Fauzi, who said that he gets himself in the right place at the right time so often, but with 2 laps to go, he suddenly found himself out of the front pack as there was a black flag for a problem. 195.
Yeah, fortunately it wasn't an oil leak, so no further disruption to the schedule.
The purple Uber Racing livery is there, and then we come into the final lap and the final race for home, and we wonder, did John Emerson Ingito, did he have the ability to hold on here? He's got the lead, he's just pushing through, he's got ahead of Randy Odding, who led coming into the final straight. Use of the slipstream, perfectly done. Race direction said second and third is still under review, but it's been given to Randy Odding ahead of Jimas Julie Apmoko. But great work for John Emerson Ingito.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And by underbone terms, I think that it was a clear second place for Randy over Dimas Julie.
A full 100th of a second.
Yeah, exactly.
Dimas Julie
Husni Zainal down in seventh. Well, what an
Well,
emotional reaction we had from the race winner, from John Emerson Ingito.
Yeah, John was really emotional. I wasn't expecting that. He does wear his heart on his sleeve, but usually he's just full of vim, vigour and humour. But yeah, some real bottled up emotion released then.
First podium for Randy.
Yeah, excellent.
And this is a popular win. Look at the applause from his opponents and the crowd alike. John Emerson Ingito, and he's getting high five left, right and centre. This is a very, very popular win for Emerson Ingito and the 4S1M Evo Yamaha racing team.
Yeah, almost broke his team member's neck there, who's come up to accept the team award.
それでは優勝チームフィリピンの国歌をお聴きください。
Hinirang, the chosen land, the national anthem of the Philippines. And it's not often we have it played on the podium. So it's great for him. Frank Bassi, the FIM Asia Secretary General, is on hand to hand out the awards for the prizes. Third place goes to Dimas Julie. It's a good weekend for him on the pole and a P3.
Definitely, yeah, very good for him. And one more race to go. As you said, Des, closed the gap just a bit in the championship.
For Randy Odding, once you get on that podium once, you like the feel of it. And you might feel as good as this fella does right at this moment. That is one very happy winner, John Emerson Ngito. He's been top of the podium before, but he's certainly enjoying this one. This is Doc Dole, the Business and Motorsports Director of RCB. Handing out the team award.
Yeah, another ever-present sponsor, RCB.
And now we'd like to invite Mr. Frank Bassi and Mr. Doc Dole to take a photo with our race winners.
Confirmation once again, Dimas Juliet Moko
Ladies and gentlemen,
on the young star Kawahira Race Tech 60 team in P3. Randy Odding and John Emerson Ngito, both for the 4S1M team. That is a good day at the office. It's sunny. They'll be enjoying Motegi tonight because they've got themselves a terrific start to the weekend. As we look into the forests, we will tell you that the championship lead is still Husni Zainal, and it's still quite significant, 32 points, but a P7 shows that he isn't invincible. Dimas Juliet Moko in second on 59 points, and the Peter Kreshna picked up useful points. He's on 54, just two ahead of Ahmad Dawisi, who are the UZ Asia team. We've not really mentioned them. They've gone under the radar. That's a terrific performance both today and in the championship. Randy Odding moves on to 49 points in P5. April King Moscado, again, he's accumulating points for the Racetech Yamaha Philippines team. Same number of points as Aditya Fauzi, 48 adrift of the championship leader. While Ajay Trilaksana a point further down for the HJS Youngstar Kawahara Racetech 60 team in P8.
Idemitsu IRG7. Race-bred nano-tailored oil for enhanced acceleration and horsepower. Even in harsh conditions, the 7 protective benefits of Septic Guard technology keep your engine performing at its peak. Even a split-second advantage can change everything. Born to win. Idemitsu IRG7.
A very warm welcome back to the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship from the Mobility Resort Motegi in Japan. We are in round 3 of 6 of the season. This is races 5 and 6. So after this weekend, we are at the midpoint of the year. By Russell alongside Des Corkill at an increasingly blowy Motegi Resort. The wind does sweep across because we're in a bit of a valley here. That might affect things as the afternoon wears on, Barry.
It could do. The forecast is unsettled this weekend with fairly high chances of rain, but it's bright and sunny. As you can see, the shadows of the people milling around on the AP250 grid. Let's have a look at qualifying.
Yeah, qualifying took place earlier on this morning, and it was an interesting one. Conditions absolutely perfect. They couldn't be better. The track's in great nick. There was a problem there for Yoko, the veteran. But we kept a close eye on the main championship leaders, the former champion, Reza Danica Ahrens, who's second in the championship.
Yeah, that was a heavy off there for Shunshin Jiang, for Pro Power, Antares Kawasaki.
It was a strange one as well, wasn't he? Just seemed to... they've re-tarmacked recently, this surface, and it just seems you can get a little bit of grip a little bit too much if you put the power on too quickly.
Yeah, and in the first part of the session, so there was basically 2 runs for all these riders. Krittapat did very little in the first run. He began the final 10 minutes in 22nd place, quickly moved himself up the order, running with a 400 RPM rev cut. That's 2 times 200 to just dull his advantage a little bit in the championship.
He's got quite a hefty lead in the championship. The problem there for Gary Salim, who went out. Now, Hiroki Ono, he posted the fastest time at the very, very end, and he was interviewed as the overall winner of qualification. However, we understand that his lap has been scrubbed, and he will not be starting on P1 but P2 on the grid. Fahmi Bassam by 2:22 is the man who will be on pole position. What do you make of that, Barry?
Well, the only guess I can have without confirming is that it was track limits infraction, that he went onto the green at some point on that lap. Fahmi Bassam, to be fair, had led most of that qualifying session, so good to see the Indonesian on the front row. There is our circuit there. 14 turns, 8 right, 6 left. Lots of elevation changes to make it even more interesting. A really challenging circuit, lots of slipstreaming going on in the smaller categories in particular, including 250s, 32 bikes on the grid, and Daniel is down there waiting for us.
So on the grid, there's a bit of commotion going on here. As I saw on the official qualifying results, Hiroki Ono is no longer P1, it's P2. So something must have happened for his lap time to get deleted. I was gonna have a word with Hiroki, but we're gonna let them sort it out. We're gonna spin around and we're gonna have a chat with Krittapat Kangkum. So Krittapat, difficult weekend for you, 400 RPM gone, but still your pace is good. So can you tell us maybe what you need to find extra for the race that's coming now?
Yeah, for this race is my bike 400 cut RPM. Yeah, difficult, a little difficult to fighting. Yeah, for this race I will do my best.
Today is a bit hotter than yesterday, so do you think this will change your feeling on the bike?
Yes, we adjust a little bit for the bike and then adjust a little bit for them in mind.
Thank you so much. Good luck with this race. So now we're gonna head. We're gonna head down all the way to quite further down on the grid. So we're just gonna take you through the riders that we have on the second row. We have Rich Takahira, with Chandra Hammer one as well. We got Galang Hendra who qualified well. Then Oshami who finally managed to find a good time. Rintaro Takemoto as well for Akemo Speed is on row 3. We're just gonna make our way further down. Aiki Yoshi didn't manage to find a strong lap. Actually, you know what? Let's grab a quick word with Aiki Yoshi while we have a bit of time. Let's see what Aiki thinks about this round so far. So, Aiki, in practice it seemed like it was okay, but in qualifying the time didn't really come. So can you tell us what happened in qualifying?
Yeah, qualifying is mistake. So many traffic, everybody rider coming. So no good. Take time, my best time. So but race is no problem. I will do my best.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck to you. And now we're gonna make our way down further a few more rows, and we're gonna have a chat with the young Aussie Hunter Corney from MotoGo Yamaha. Yeah, Reza Danica, who didn't find a strong lap time. His teammate Irfan Adiansha, however, has been performing all weekend. Al Diaz with a crash in qualifying. He's having a rest on the side over there, just trying to get out of the heat. We have Fado Mushavi as well at the back. Got a lot of strong names who didn't qualify well. Afif Ahmad as well, coming in as a stand-in replacement rider. Now we're just gonna try and grab a quick word with Hunter Corney. I found him. Didn't get the best qualifying yet. It's his first experience in the AP250 class with Patrick Lee's team, MotoGo Yamaha. And Sal Khan just having a quick word. So, Hunter, it's your first jump into the AP250 class with Patrick Lee's team. So, how's it been so far?
Yeah, we've had a difficult weekend so far, but we're improving every session. We've got the bike set up good now, so hopefully we can have a good race.
So right now in the race, what will you be looking for? Are you still trying to collect a bit more data for the race tomorrow, or are you just going to try and find a result now?
I'm just going to try to get into the points and try my best and get good for tomorrow, yeah.
Thank you so much, Hunter. Good luck for this one.
Thank you.
Back to you, Barry and Des.
Thank you very much, Daniel. He had to go a long way down the grid, down to P25 to pick up Hunter Corney.
Indeed.
And in that sun, he's working hard. He's got his steps in today, has Daniel Bogas. The man on pole position, though, is Fahmi Bassam, who is stepping up. He's another who's stepping up. Hunter was in TVS last year, and he's stepping up. Fahmi stepped up from 150s. Hasn't had a result so far. As you can see, his best so far in qualifying is a P3, a 4th and a 6th in Buriram. His season is improving bit by bit.
Yes, it is. He's adapting well to riding a tanked bike, as these AP250s are, compared to the 150 underbones. Hirokiono won't be best pleased at losing that pole position, but he still starts from the front row.
Yeah, he's still quick, of course he is. He thought he'd done the perfect job, and we all thought he'd done the perfect job as well. And alongside him, the championship leader is Kritipat Yankam. Kritipat leads by 22 points from Reza Danica Ahrens, the number 39. He's a young rider who's really come good, Kritipat. He's still only 21, so he's still in the learning curve of his career.
Very much so. He was second in the championship to the 2025 champion, whose name shamefully is escaping me at the moment. RB,
yes, I know. Who's an absentee this weekend, incidentally, in a different class.
Yeah, he's in 600s now, but he learned a lot from racing with RB, and is putting it into good effect this season.
We had a look there, Rich Takahira. Here's Chandra Heron, who's had a good season as well. He's had a couple of podiums, Chandra, on the Yamaha Racing Indonesia team. Always keeping an eye out on him. And same with Galang Hendra Pratama. Hasn't had the results that perhaps his form suggests. A best of P7 in Buriram last time round on the Yamaha.
Yeah, Daniel Shami coming on your screen now for Uma Racing Malaysia. As Uma Racing enter this 250 category for 2026.
And then one of the wild cards, Rintaro Takamoto for the Akino Speed team. They always get involved when we bring the ARRC up to Japan, and they add a certain knowledge of the circuit and a certain pace and a certain quality. And Rintaro in P9 could certainly be somebody who could take a podium.
Yeah, he could be. Yeah, absolutely. We could easily see more than 10 bikes in the leading group here.
It's a huge field, 32 on the grid. Very, very congested. We mentioned that about the underbones. And even in the qualification in practice, there's been incidents where the track just hasn't been big enough. Championship leader Kritipat. Reza Danica, bike number 123, ahead of Panjarat, who is not really mentioned, from Honda Racing Thailand, who had 2 podiums in a row in Buriram. Hasn't had a win so far, but look out for bike number 12, Panjarat Chitwirul Chat.
Yeah, he's another rider that's got something to do in this race, coming up from P15. Won't be beyond the young Thai Honda rider.
Here is the starting grid. Fahmi Bassam, Yamaha LFN HB969 on pole position, ahead of Hiroki Ono for Honda Racing Vietnam. He's still a replacement rider at the moment, but you can't keep a good man down. Kritipat Yankam, the championship leader for Yamaha Thailand, is in P3.
And we have a great second row led by Irfan Ardiansha, who's doing an amazing job as a replacement rider for Astra Honda. Next to him, Rish Takahira, still waiting for his first podium in this category. And Chandra, you were just talking about.
On the third row, bike number 99, Galang Hendra Pratama, Yamaha Yamalube Akai Jaya team. Daniel Sharmi for Uma Racing Yamaha is in P8 on bike number 57. Rintaro Takamoto for Akino Speed Uma Racing in P9. He's a wild card from Japan.
Yeah, we heard from Aiki Yoshi when he spoke to Daniel, sounding fairly confident for the race. Next to him, wild card for Sanwa Racing, Tepi Kugawa, and Unai Kalatayud next to him.
Reza Danica Arons, a former champion at 250 on Astra Honda Racing, is in P13. He's worth keeping an eye out on as well. Pirarpong Luboin Peng, who actually had some good times in qualifying. It's strange to see him down in P14 for Team One for All. And Panjarak, another of the youngsters who we mentioned, he's in P15, but look out for the Honda racer.
On to row 6 and starting 16th is Aldiaz Axal for Yamaha BAF Yamalube. And then Ryuji Yoko started second last year as a wild card, starting 17th after a crash early on in qualifying. Idil Fitri next to him.
And then we've got Fadel Musyavi, always thrilling, always exciting. The Yamaha Racing Indonesia racer, he's on bike 571 in P19. Hinata Okada for Iron Credit Cardinals, a placement rider on the Yamaha, is in P20. And Gary Salim, he had an incident earlier on today for the MS Glofomen team. He's in P21. He's had a podium this season.
Yeah, indeed. We saw the number 50, Afif Amran. Welcome to him into this category on row 8, and row 9, Hunter Corney, Yunhu Tree and Carlson Jacob Solis.
On the 10th row, we've got Raiko Hasegawa for Servo Hypersport. He's a wild card as well. Shun Cheng Zhang, who we saw on the Pro Power Antares head off on the Kawasaki. Hope he has a better ride. He's improved throughout this season. And Lu Yin for Tianyu Asia Racing. She is in P30. And bringing up the rear,
Setu Rajiv and Irfan Heikel. So 32 starters.
It's busy. It's busy. Particularly once you get to that turn 11. Beautiful conditions. I tell you what, we keep showing you the countryside here. It is as gorgeous as our cameras are trying to purvey to you. And the sun is out. It's a light, fluffy cloud cover. The wind is increasing, but it's still a beautiful day out there. We had rain yesterday, and that's one of the things here. Rain can come almost in a trice. And Fahmi Bassam, though, he'll be happy for the dry weather conditions as he looks for his first podium of the season.
Yeah, as the bikes come into position, all spruce and clean, the sunlight shining on them. It's an absolutely stunning sight. We used the word kaleidoscope for the underbones. You could well use it now, as coming late to the line, as is his wont, is Hiroki Ono. He's won 6 J3 championships in his home country. He's won 1 out of 2 races so far.
Okay, we are awaiting 10 laps of the circuit. We are underway. Ono has got off to a solid start. Ahead of him, though, Fahmi Bassam has just edged his way, but Ono, bike number 76, I think he might just have a point to prove after being demoted onto P2 as Jazzel Jeremy comes in from the pit lane. Everybody away. Oh no, they're not away safely. Ooh. We've got a big crash on the corner at the end of the home straight.
That was somebody from the mid-pack.
That's one of the wild cards, Hinata Okada on the Cardinals.
And another Yamaha down there.
Well, that's where it can get congested. I hope he's okay. We'll give you an update as soon as we can, but when a rider stays down, you just have to be concerned. Up at the front, though, Ono is there. Fahmi Bassam right in his slipstream. And also there is Rich Takahira.
Yeah, Rich Takahira. We get used to seeing him at the front for most of the race. He'll be looking for a podium this weekend. That's absolutely for certain. He got a podium in the Blue Crew World Championship last weekend.
Okay, there's the problem.
Sokada. Oh, and the other rider involved there, one of the Indonesian Yamahas. Hiroki Ono leads Takahira, leads Fahmi Bassam. Yamaha's at the front.
Musyavi was the other racer going out. interesting. We'll give you an update on Fadil Mushabi as they come down the hill for the first of 10 times. It's Takahira, who started in P5 on the Tianyu Asia Racing MFZ team. And he will be leading going into the tunnel for the first time, and they've spread out just a little bit. Fahmi Bassam and Hiroki Ono have gone with him. And behind him, Irfan Ardiansa, who's a very capable racer. And 7 have got clear.
Yeah, Sakamoto, the 7th of those. Kritapat sitting comfortably there. Sakamoto just snapping a little bit at the back of Hiroki Ono's Honda.
Kritapak, bike number 39, is the one to keep an eye out on. 3 wins in 4 races so far this year, and he had a P5 in his other finish as well.
Yeah, and for his efforts, he's got a 400 RPM rev cut. So slipstream's going to be important for the young Thai.
And then he decides, forget slipstream, I'll take the lead as he goes in ahead of Ono.
Oh, another one out. Let's see from this angle. I think it's one of the wild cards.
Still waiting for an update on Mushabi. I'll give you that as soon as we get it. But Takahira is leading the way. Just behind him, a scary moment there for Chandra Herwaman. Takamoto at the back on bike number 81 in the yellow and black. Here is Takahira.
Indeed.
Who's an exciting talent.
He certainly is. He's one of these riders that needs to start converting talent into points. Fernandi Ansha just moving up through that group as well. The number 16 into P4.
Up at top right tells you Setu Rajiv was the other man who we saw crashing out. The track has been cleared, so there's no flags. We are ongoing. 9 laps still to go as they come down the hill. And Kritapat just follows Hiroki Ono. And Fahmi Bassam's quietly stuck his way in there as well. He was on pole position in 4th place now. Making this transition, as you saw from his results. He struggled at Sepang, improved dramatically in Bora on bike 222. And it looks like he's getting to grips, is Fahmi Bassam with his Yamaha.
Yeah, LFN once again chose a good rider to step up from underbones to 250s. And there he moves up a couple of places.
And that's turn 1 where we had the coming together early on. That's a very tight turn to the end of the first straight. That's a double right, and then there's a double left coming here. There's not a lot of space.
Oh, and Panjaruk is down. 3rd in the championship. This is not good for him.
And you can tell that he's frustrated. Didn't have the power to pick up the bike, and it looks like it's stranded in the gravel anyway. He stomps away.
Yeah, unfortunate for the brilliant young Thai rider. He will have many more days to come.
Yeah, today is not one of them.
But this is good news, talking about championship at the moment and in these early stages of the race for Kritapat, because Reza Danica is down the order, who's currently 2nd, 22 points behind the Thai championship leader. And now Panjaruk, who was 3rd, he is out.
I wonder if that's Reza just who's got into the back end of that leading group. The front group of 7 looked like they'd got away. Daniel Sharmi's put in a good lap. He's got the fastest lap. He's caught up with that leading group. It's a 2.5 between 1 and 11. Aiki Yoshi at the back there in bike number 37, just coming into the reckoning.
Takahira still pushing, currently 2nd ahead of Fahmi. Fahmi ahead of Irfan.
What a good man to have coming in is Irfan Ardiansa, the bike number 16.
Very much
there's
so.
a problem.
Oh, and that's Unai. He is out. We saw a crash in qualifying for his teammate, Shen Chen Jiang. Now, Unai returning to the team, is out of race 1.
That gravel is pretty unforgiving, isn't it? A lot of people have tried to restart having been on the gravel and not been able to get the bike going. We'll see if Unai is able to get back on the circuit to at least get some data from this race.
Yeah, you're right about the gravel, Des. It seems deeper and really more effective than we see even at some of the other international circuits that we visit.
Which is a good thing, unless you're trying to ride out of it.
Exactly, yeah.
Leading the way, still Rich Takahira.
Yeah,
it's good to see the privateers in contention.
Yeah, in this case, a Japanese rider on a Yamaha for a Chinese team.
Chandra, bike number 88, which if you're in Southeast Asia, you know how good luck bike number 88 is meant to be. Well, he's had a good season, Chandra. He's had 2 podiums, a DNF in race number 1 of the season at Sepang, but he's been competitive throughout on the Yamaha, Chandra.
Yeah, just looking to me in the last lap as though Hiroki Ono has got a little bit of spare pace.
A bit of aggression, says to Rich.
Yeah.
I'm the senior man here. You look up to me, young fella.
Yeah. Takahira isn't going to give anybody any respect in this race. Not on track anyway.
Bike number 123, Racer Danica has got himself into that leading group, which was 7, has now been expanded up to, well, comfortably down to Gary Salem in P13 as they come down the hill. We're nowhere near halfway, so there's still plenty of opportunity. We also see Takamoto in that group just behind the man we're saying, there we go, in yellow and blue. But it'll be Fahmi Bassam.
Yeah, Razor whittling away that advantage that Krittipat had in that group. He is now in contention.
Important part of the season, this. You can't win or lose the title here, but you can certainly, if you lose ground at one of these mid-season events, it can be very difficult to make up come the season end. You run right the way through till December in Buriram. But this is race number 5 of a 12-race season. Fahmi Bassam still leading the way. Oh no, Hiroki just cuts him off.
Yeah, Krittipat trying to make his way up. I think he is feeling the effects of that 400 RPM rev cut. Just on the back of that group.
Well, as you suggested, he's going to have to use the slipstream as much as he possibly can. He's in P5, the front of the blue liveries. Oh no, still leading the way. Coming up the hill once again. Oh no, bike 76.
Yeah,
Honda Racing Vietnam.
Yeah, that's right. I noticed on the qualifying timesheet he's actually listed as Vietnamese, Hiroki Ono.
That'll be news to him. There's 123, Razor Danica, second in the championship standings. He's another who's had a good season, 2 podiums, a P2 in Sepang and Buriram, and a P4 in Buriram's second race. So he'll be competitive once again, as Astra Honda always are at this level.
Yeah, it's a very different scene in AP250 since Razor was last in it after a couple of seasons in Supersport. I've got the likes of Fahmi, Krittipat, Chandra, and so on.
It's very competitive, this AP250. Very competitive, which means the Krittipat's performance so far has been especially noteworthy. But you're only a third of the way through the season. There is Irfan Ardiansya. P7, his best results of the season as he goes over the line. He is in P2 behind Hiroki Ono. Razor's got himself up into P7. Daniel Sharmi in P8. Tara there, Pitapong in 11.
Aiki Yoshi has lost 2 places from his starting position, running 12th for SDG.
Five casualties so far, 7 casualties, including Fadil, who has not got back up with. We haven't had any news, so no news at this stage is good news. 76 leads the way, Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, Takahira trying to get ahead of him every time he does. Hiroki Ono snatches it back.
Even though it's a train, these front four or five look fairly comfortable in their positions, as Kritipat just has a little peek on the inside as they come up the hill. A little bit like Suzuka, the S's coming up the hill here at Motegi.
Okay, Hiroki Ono drifts back to third.
Out into the countryside, up to the highest point of the circuit. And then the big sweep down.
Ooh, Kritipat had to pick himself up then. He's got really good corner speed in these more flowing sections of Motegi.
He's going to have to use his racecraft. And he's still only 21, so he's still learning about his racecraft. Because he won't have raw power coming down the final straight, but he might be able to get a tow from somebody.
Yeah, he did, and he'll acknowledge this, he did learn a lot from racing with Arby last year. So he's grown as a lot. He was second last year.
There's Daniel Sharmy coming into the reckoning, as Hiroki just edged into P2. 4 laps to go. We're way beyond halfway now. Takeo Ono, Irfan Ardiansha, Fahmi Bassam still quietly in there, as are the Yamahas of Kritipat and Chandra. Keep an eye out for Daniel Sharmy. Do like Daniel.
Yeah, only one podium. I would have put him down for more at this point in the season. So maybe he's coming good just at the right point in this race. Takahiro fancies this. Coming off the back of a successful weekend.
His problem is he's got to deal with Hiroki Ono. Who I'm sure will still not be too thrilled at being pushed into second place in qualifying, because he thought he'd done everything right. We thought he'd done everything right.
Yeah, I'm sure that this field is going to have to suffer because of that. Suffer even more, perhaps. But won his first race as a replacement rider at Buriram.
Which goes a little bit wide. He's able to just reassert himself. Chandra, very good. Farm is still hanging in there. Who are we seeing there? That's Pitapong Luboinpeng, who's suddenly come into a little bit of reckoning. The multicoloured team one for all exponent from Thailand, just at the back of that group. There's Galang Hendra 99, team one for all on the back of Razor Danica. Still any one of that front 8 or 9 capable. 37 behind them is Ayoshi.
Yeah, let's have a look out for Razor as well, as we're getting deep into the second half of this race and thinking about championship positions.
Being a slow burner, but as with the underbone, I suspect there could be a thrilling finale coming in as Chandra is there. Oh, Fahmi Bassam out.
Fahmi is down. We'll take another look at that in a moment. He caught that late, and you could just once again see just how deep that gravel is. So much fancied after starting from pole position. He is out of contention.
It's a real disappointment for him. He'll be without a podium, and it'll leave him somewhere around about 10th, maybe even further down. He'll lose ground on Pitapong and Ayoshi, who look like they're going to pick up points. So Fahmi Bassam, Yamaha LFN, is out. That leaves Chandra as the top man chasing.
Yeah, Chandra's been really good this season. The number 88 there, you can see, chasing Hiroki Ono.
Anyone behind them able to make a move? Pitapong has a little glimpse. Has anyone got the power? Has Kritipat got the power?
Yeah, Kritipat could be lacking that. So, as you said, Des, it's going to be a racecraft that gets him up above anything from P5, I would guess.
Chandra Bike 88 takes the lead for the first time with 2.5 laps to go. That is still a lot of time. It's about 13 kilometers and plenty of difficulties Difficult corners to negotiate, including the next one, which is critical.
Yep, Ardiancia for Astra Honda, ever present in that top handful of riders.
Different lines taken and good acceleration. Used the hill beautifully there, did Hiroki Ono. Takahira went with Ono, and Chandra went from P1 to P4. Taken by surprise. That double left, and then this long sprint for the line. This is the first of a couple of rehearsals that we'll have here. This is where potential slipstream comes in. And Takahira unable to make an impact.
Yep, Galling-Hendra staying there in around about in sixth place indeed. Ahead of Astra Honda, Ray Zadanica, P2 in the championship. And himself with a, should mention, with a 200 rev cut.
Building up. But the same faces at the front. Takahira. There's Farmy. He's back on the bike. But straight into the pits.
Yeah, straight into the pits. Looks like he's got no front brake. Yeah, very unfortunate for the pole man.
Second DNF of the season. You can't have too many of them in a 12 race season.
Absolutely not.
Takahira, who's had one DNF. Best position so far. Only a P6 for each Takahira. That surprised me. I had to take a double take on that.
Fading at the end, getting involved. A little bit too much contact near the end.
Chandra loses out. That's the Tanyu Asia Racing Team looking on. Hopefully.
Yeah, this is such a hard category though, AP250. Oh,
Takamoto.
Yeah. The Kino speed. Oh, okay, out he goes from a little bit further back. Kritapat has dropped a long way behind this front three. And Reza Danica is ahead of Kritapat on track now.
Indeed, as is Chandra. Kritapat needs to stay in contention. He has a healthy lead, has a 32-point lead, but that can soon be whittled away. He'd like a few more to take into race number 2 and then onto the 4th round in Mandalika in July. And then we head to Malaysia before the season finishes in Boram as Ono continues his replacement rider slot. But he's rather enjoying it alongside Irfan Ardiancia.
Yeah, Reza Danica, 4th across the line. Kritapat 6th.
He's got himself into that mix as well, bike 37. Final lap though, so it's now a sprint for the line. A number of hurdles to negotiate before the sprint for the line, but Takahira's there, and you've got that formidable presence of Ono. Irfan Ardiancia goes on the inside of Ono. Takahira went on the outside of him. And Chandra's making an effort as well.
Yeah, Irfan looking so strong all the way through this race. Determined to get on that podium and perhaps even the top step.
Oh no, he responds every time.
Yeah, if only he can do something about Hiroki Ono. That's the big question. What can anybody do about the number 76?
Building up. Hey, tell you else who's there. 24, Pirapong Luboinpeng for Team One for All. He's suddenly made a move on this last lap. Right then, they come up to the top of the hill. Once they come to the top of the hill, it's then a case of getting into position for turn 11. Irfan Ardiancia, as they go around the hairpin, and look at that, Team One for All. Pirapong Luboinpeng, the new leader. Has he timed it perfectly? Ono has to stand up. Pirapong has the lead. Ono is P2.
Takahira off onto the grass. So once again, his late podium chance has gone.
A lot of them onto the grass, and look at this, it's Ono who's timed it perfectly, takes the right line. Hiroki Ono denied first place in qualification, but he's timed it to perfection, takes the double left, and then it's going to be a sprint for the line. Hiroki Ono for Honda Vietnam. Right then, is there a slipstream behind him? Team One for All chasing, but Ono has the lead ahead of Irfan, and Hiroki Ono, a brilliant win for the Japanese for Honda Racing Vietnam.
And a brilliant second place too for Irfan, as we bow our heads in honour of Hiroki Ono, and a very clever ride from championship leader Kritipat Kankum, who came back up to third at the end there. A nicely judged podium for the championship leader, and another late error for Rish Takahira. He finished down in 11th. Still yet to get onto the podium in the Asia Road Racing Championship AP 250 class.
But there is your winner, Hiroki Ono. We've interviewed him once already today, where he was happy with the job that he'd done. That was taken away from him for a track indiscretion. Nobody's going to take this one away from him. It's brilliant. He was always in the lead. Whenever somebody made a move, he tracked them. If somebody looked like they were threatening, he took them on. And when it came to the sprint for the line, he had enough distance to hold off any move from Irfan. But as you say, Kritipat, what a terrific performance from him with the rev cut.
Yeah, he's got to be satisfied with that. He's extended his championship lead. Panjarit, we saw crash out, and he finished 2 places ahead of Razors. So Kritipat goes away with 16 points and
increases the lead by 5.
Razor goes away with 11. Yeah, exactly. So 27 points, an easy calculation to make there at the top. But there is our winner. He is a replacement rider, let's remind ourselves, for Viet Tuan.
And that Japanese flag peers through the forest. Love that shot. Hiroki Ono racing though for Honda Racing Vietnam. Takes it by 0.16 of a second from Irfan Ardiansa on Astra Honda Racing. Kritipat Kankum, excellent work for him on the Yamaha Thai racing team. 4 tenths down, 6 tenths down is Chandra. That's another excellent performance for the Yamaha Racing Indonesia man. Razor Danica Aran's former champion, he keeps himself in contention for Astra Honda Racing in P5. Pitapong Lubuimpeng at one stage on that last lap, he must have thought a possible victory was on. He's in P6. Ayoshi, that's very good for Team SDG with Hark Pro. He was coming into contention, less than a second away from the front man. And Gary Salim, BMS Gloferman, he's had a terrific season, Gary Salim, in P8. 7 points for Daniel Sharmi for Uma Racing Yamaha. Galand Hendra Pratama once again in the top 10 on bike number 99 for Yamaha BAF Yamalu. Rich Takahira for Tanyu Asia Racing. I'd love to get his thoughts. We won't interview him, but maybe we'll get some thoughts from him after the day is over. Aldiaz in P12, Irfan Heikel Amidi for Motul Honda Asia in 13. Gaojiang, Team 1 for All in P14. And wildcard for Samwa Racing Team, Tepe Kugawa in P15. They are your points scorers in this 10-lap race. Everybody else, Hutroy, Hasegawa, Jazil Durand, although to be fair, that's a really good recovery from Jazil for Team ACR, the Singaporean. Carlson Jacob Solis for SDG Hard Pro. Afif Amram coming in for the Cardinals team. Hunter Corney in P21 and Lu Yin in P22. They all finished, as did Rintaro Takamoto. Even though he went off the circuit, he finished the race, not finishing. 49-year-old Ryuichi Yoko, Fahmi Bassam, the pole sitter. Idil Fitri, Sun Cheng Jiang for Pro Power Antares, and Unai Pascual also for Pro Power Antares, and Panjaruk, who had been so good, and that really hurts Panjaruk's championship hopes. Seta Rajiv, a non-finisher. Fadil and Hinata went out on the first corner. So lots of incidents, lots of drama, and Hiroki Ono wins.
Yes, in the end, he came through it all. If you can keep your head while all around you are losing theirs, or something like that, that definitely applies here to Hiroki Ono. We saw how cool he was in qualifying, even though that didn't quite pay off. But there he is, enjoying his second win from 3 starts.
It's not bad at all, not bad at all. And his team might say, I wonder if we keep him on as a replacement rider.
Yeah. Viet Tuan was actually going very well.
Yes, yes.
So it'd be good to see Viet Tuan come back. Maybe an extra bike, that would be the answer. Somebody needs to put their hand in their pocket for that.
Yes, yeah,
It might be well worth it though.
Possibly. It's not a cheap option. You're quite right. And there's the smile. Looking forward to hearing what he says, to see if there was any anger or any resolution that he had a point to prove.
He always has a point to prove.
I think Daniel Bogas is close to the Parc Ferme area as they go and collect the stranded riders around this circuit. Some great vantage points. Picnic time as we have a look at the track being clean. Let's go down to the Parc Ferme and Daniel Bogas.
On Thursday, you said you would do better here, and ultimately in qualifying, we thought it was pole position, but it's okay. In the race, P1, but not an easy fight at turn 10. Nearly you went very wide. So tell us what happened there.
Yeah, race was very tough because I'm fighting with a lot of rider, but yeah, my plan always I go front. Yeah, then I make a race. Yeah, finally I get a P1 again. Yeah. This weekend team, it's very hard work. Yeah, this victory present for the Vietnam team. Thank you very much.
Were you trying to make a gap at some point, or was it just too difficult to break from the group?
No, this race like I'm limit. Yeah, just fighting with other rider.
Thank you so much, Hiroki. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. ありがとうございました。
Race highlights from race 1 of the weekend of the AP 250cc. Rich Takahira would have a lot to say in this race. On P2 was Hiroki Ono. On P1 was Fahmi Bassam. Yet to have a podium so far this season. And Bike 2-2 was in the thick of things. Also in the thick of things was Musyavi on the Yamaha, who crashed out. We understand he's okay, but it was a nasty crash on that first corner, Barry Russell.
He went out with Renato Okada and was just prone in the gravel for a bit, probably just winded. There's a very frustrated Panjarit Chitwell chap for Honda Racing Thailand.
Fahmi, bike number 222. He was having a better day than Pascual, who went out. Not a good day for the Chinese-based team. But bike number 76, he was always in the mix. Somebody would make a move. Irvin would make a move. Hiroki would track him. Then Rich Takahira would make a move. Hiroki would track him.
It was like he was playing with them, really. I'm sure it was harder than he made it look, but it just looked like every time somebody got in front, he'd just get back in front. And Irfan Ardiansha all the way through this race as well, looking really, really strong.
Nakamoto went out. There was quite a lot of collateral damage going on behind. It's not an easy race. 32 bikers, it could get very congested sometimes. As we're seeing, there was a lot of standing up, a lot of correction, contact there between Reza and Rich Takahira, and that might have had something to do with Rich really having to just go too much for it on this final straight. Down there he is, he's pushed out. It's Reza again.
Yeah, there was contact with Reza there, which resulted in Rich going off onto the grass.
As did Iyoshi as well, both onto the grass, but coming through perfectly timed. That is just perfection from Hiroki Ono.
Yeah, really, really. Couldn't imagine that being executed any better. He knew there was no chance to get away, but he did know he could outwit the rest of the field, and that's exactly what he did.
So hugs for them. Excellent work from Kritipat. There was a little reaction from Kritipat as well, the championship leader.
He should be pleased with that.
That's an excellent P3 for him, but a really good P1 for Hiroki Ono. And the man who won the TVS championship for the last 2 years wasn't unbeatable, but was virtually unbeatable. As Kritipat, yeah, he looks very happy with that work.
In second place, from Astra Honda Racing Team, Irfan Ardiansha.
Irfan Ardiansha.
And your race winner,
trudged up to the podium, but he should be pleased with that.
Astra Honda Racing, it's his first podium. He didn't race in Sepang, he picked up 11 points in total.
For AP 250 race 1, Honda Racing Vietnam.
Now a P2, and there he's Hiroki Ono, and Honda Racing Vietnam will pick up the team award.
Yeah, glory for Honda Racing Vietnam, thanks to their
anthem
Well, the
of Japan.
guy that they employed as their rider coach at the start of the season.
日本国歌をお聴きください。
National anthem of Japan. No stranger to the top of the podium, no stranger to hearing his national anthem played. It's great every time.
It is, he never gets tired of it.
Tatsuo Suzuki, the honorary president of the Motorcycle Federation of Japan, delighted to have the support of the Japanese Motorcycle Federation. He's handing out the prizes to the athletes in third place. Kritipat, who will be able to show you in just a moment, has increased his lead at the top of the standings. We'll follow the Ono story with interest. In second place, though, that's excellent work for Irfan Ardiansa for Astra Honda Racing.
Hiroki
Ono! Race winner Hiroki Ono.
Now to present the team award,
I wonder where he stores all these things.
FIM Asia Secretary General to the podium.
Have some very big lock-up somewhere.
Frank Vesey, the FIM Asia Secretary General, to hand out the award to Honda Racing Vietnam. It's really good to be saying that. The Vietnamese, they've been competitors. They weren't really competitors for the first couple of seasons they were involved, and now we're fairly regularly seeing them on the podiums. It's a reward for a lot of hard work and investment. Kritipat in P3 on the Yamaha. P2 for Astra Honda Racing's Irfan Ardiansa. Hiroki Ono, Honda Racing Vietnam confirmed. It'll move Ono on to 58 points. Which isn't too far away from the top three. In fact, I think it puts him fourth in the standings.
Yeah, 2 wins and a 5th, just from memory.
He was relegated down to 8th.
Ah, okay.
Yes. Confirmation of the points standing. 102 points for Kritipat. Reza Danica, 27 points adrift on 75. Panjara pointless today on 62 points. Hiroki Ono moves on to 58 points. Indeed, top 4 for him. Takes him up above Chandra, who's had another good result here today. A P4 for Chandra. It's been a good season. Daniel Sharmi continues to score points for Uma Racing Yamaha. He's on 40. Gary Salim on 38 points for MS Glofermen Racing Team. That's a really good season for him and the privateers. Irfan Ardiansa on 31 points. Okay, we move our focus next to the Supersport 600cc. They're just preparing the grid. The Asia Road Racing Championship continues from the Mobility Resort Motegi in just a couple of minutes' time. Do join us. Supersport 600 coming up next.
Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra Protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
Warm welcome to the mobility resort Motegi, just a little bit to the north of Tokyo. We are in Japan for round 3 of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championship, about to get going on the Super Sport 600cc. As you can see, the riders are out on the grid. 16 competitors. Des Corkill and Barry Russell alongside me to describe the action. And Barry, we haven't mentioned the weather yet, but the clouds have just come over and there is a hint that there might be a little bit of rain.
Yeah, there is a likelihood of rain coming. It's a little bit dark for the time being, but let's see. I think we're going to get away with it for the Supersport race. But let's take a look at qualifying. It was a very eventful 25-minute dash in qualifying earlier today.
Yeah, qualifying took place in glorious sunshine earlier on, but as you can see, the weather is very changeable. And the story was really about Kazma Daniel. He had an interesting morning. Started off like this.
Started off like that after he posted a phenomenally quick time, 1:53.6. But then high-sided out, got it back to the Hongleong garage, hobbled back to his seat while the mechanics got to work, did some phenomenal work. Kazma did well to keep his cool as well. While he was there, Kari Akubo for Sanwa Racing Team was making hay.
Kubo would actually post a very good time of 1:53.6. Erjan Atner and Anupab Samu. And Anupab didn't really look like he was at the full pace, but Hikari Akubo did set the top pace.
Yeah, it was kind of a solid session, I think, for Anupab, but a really dramatic one because as we're watching now, Kazma was only just back out. There he was.
But he's full of confidence, is Kazma Daniel at the moment. And despite the high side, the championship leader and defending champion went on to set the fastest time. The only guy inside 1:53.5 or 1:53.4 around this 4.8 kilometer mobility resort Motegi circuit. Love this circuit. There's so many different areas where you can overtake or you can get a little bit of a slipstream behind you. And the hill turning into turn 11 is fabulous. Down on the grid, we have got Daniel Bogas, who I'm sure will give us a weather update as he gets some pre-race thoughts.
As much as the bright sun gives us some beautiful colors on the television, the cloud cover that we're having right now is quite nice in cooling temperatures, and it's feeling a lot cooler now for the Supersport 600 race. So let's have a quick word with poleman Kazma Daniel. So Kazma, an unfortunate high side in qualifying, but you still managed pole. So different conditions than what we were expecting. Are you thinking about the race in a different tactic now that it's like this?
Yeah. Just I will try to focus on my race, and I think for sure we will fight maybe until top 5 rider, I'm sure, and I don't think so I can break away, and we will fight until top 5. But yeah, we will enjoy the race and we will see how about the race and important things that I want to take a checker flag.
Thank you so much, Kazma. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to head over to P2 with Hikari Okubo from Sanwa Racing. We're going to have a quick word with Okubo. So Hikari Okubo, great weekend so far, P2 on the grid. But Kazma, he seems to have that bit extra. Yeah. What are you going to try to do in the race?
Just I try to enjoy into this race because in the wild cars. So I was riding this bike in yesterday. So I will do my best and I enjoy the ARC. Thanks so much.
Thank you so much. Good luck for this one. And now we're going to quickly have a word with Erjan Atner before we are hurried off the grid. Erjan just having a few handshakes with the team. Let's have a quick word with Erjan. Erjan, it wasn't an easy weekend yesterday, but in qualifying it came together. So what have you changed that helped you get onto the front row for this one?
Yeah, change just mentality. I try to keep pushing even with the good setting or no. And then I came in the P3 is good result. This is my best qualifying last 2 years. So let's enjoy the race.
Thanks so much, Adrian. Good luck for this one. Back to you, Des and Barry.
Thanks very much, Daniel. Yes, interesting one. Okobo, he's a wild card coming in here. He's been around for a long time. Back in 2010, he was winning championships in the All Japan Championship. So that's nearly 15 years plus at the very top levels.
Yeah, and he is as cool as a cucumber sitting on the grid there. He's just going to enjoy the race. Casper Daniels said something similar, but he has a championship at stake. He has 3-point advantage over this rider on your screen now, Anupab Sarmoon.
One person who didn't really feature in the highlights that we showed for the qualifying was Tanat Leongplao. Tanat had a brilliant weekend in Buriram last time out, including the performance of his career to win race number 2.
Definitely.
He's not really been able to follow it up. He's down in P6, as we can see here. Will he be frustrated with that?
I think he will be a little frustrated, but he's gotten better during the course of this weekend. I think he looks like a stronger rider, and I think that fantastic weekend he had has set him up well.
Certainly he'll have confidence, but it really was remarkable because he had a long lap penalty to serve, if we recall correctly, and he was down in P11 at one stage and worked his way up progressively to take it on the last corner at Buriram. It truly was thrilling.
Yep, it was a home race on a circuit he knows very well, so the home advantage is not here this weekend. And he had a bit of a quiet race this time last year, but looking stronger. I think Tanat could come good in the race. We're about to find out.
We are indeed. Apiwat Wangtananon, 241. There's an unusual number for him, but it's great to see Apiwat back. Might just be for this weekend, maybe for the rest of the season, but we like to see Apiwat. And he, and of course, and Anupab, they are like twins anyway. Okay, the starting grid for race number 1. Kazma Daniel on Hongleong Yamaha in P1. Brilliant qualification. Samwa Racing's Hikari Kubu on the Honda CBR 600 is in P2 alongside Astra Honda's Herjan Atna Firdaus in P3.
And on row 2, and P2 in the championship, Anupab Sarmoon, Kesuke Tanaka for Nitro Ryota Racing. Next to him, Tanat Leongplao, 6, as we were saying.
Apiwat Wangtanan on bike number 241 for Nitro Ryota Racing on the Yamaha in P7 ahead of Carol Idampawi. When's the old Carol going to come back on Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia? He's in P8. Helmi Asman, not the best day at the office for Idemitsu Honda in qualifying. Maybe they'll make it pay in the race.
Starting 10th, Ferozi Torokatula for Yamaha Racing Indonesia. Alongside him, Wayu Nugroho and Kitsadar Tanuchot for Honda Racing Thailand next to him.
The last racers, McKinley Kalpaz for Hongleong Yamaha, Dimas Eki Pratama for MS Glovermen on bike number 20, Izam Ikmal for Victor Racing Team on 24, and Jiao Tianhao also from Victor Racing. Making the journey from China, he's up against some very good competitors, is Jiao. He'll just be looking to improve his own PBs.
And by the way, because this caught me out on live stream commentary yesterday, the reason for Apiwat's 241 is that his normal number 24 is with Izam Ikmal in this category this season. So he just added the 1 at the end. 2 for 1.
Very good.
And
I like explanations because I was wondering.
Yeah, and winding back to 2 years ago here, 2024, which was Apiwat's championship year in this category. He had a P1 and a P2.
Well, he'll do well to repeat that here because Kazma is in brilliant form. Akubu knows this circuit. Even though he's a wild card, he's an experienced wild card. Mainly racing endurance at the moment. He's on bike number 78. 41 there is Kaisuke Tanaka for Nitoro Racing. Some good wild cards in this race and in the 1000 cc's to follow. But Kazma, bike number 27, he's always a headline. And who can ever forget? Well, if you were watching the way he won the title after the last corner of the last race of the season last year.
Yeah, incredible. Incredible competition here. And we can see in qualifying terms, we have 1 second covering the top 8.
Okay, all set. Super Sport 600cc, 12 laps. Solid start from Kazma. Of course, Ukubo's gone with him. That's a fair old lick as well. Kazma into the first corner in P1. He really is in terrific form, Kazma, and even high-siding and coming off his bike didn't put him off from setting the qualifying time today, and that's a solid start from him, Barry Russell.
Yeah, that was literally a perfect launch off the line for Kazma, and Kari Akubo following him in. Similarly good start. So they're holding their positions, and just a little bit of a gap there back to Apiwat.
Apiwat Wang Tananon. Wow, did I write him off too early? And behind him, Tanat Leongplau's got off to a good start as well.
Yeah.
So
yeah, he's made up 2 places. So yeah,
Tanat's only 3 points behind Kazma in the championship standings. Helmi Asman not too far behind, only 11, and Anupab is only 12 points behind. So we've got a genuine 4-way title race. That means that, well, Kazma, while he's on form, really needs to make it pay, because so much can happen in other races.
Yeah, Hikari Akubo having a close look at the back of the Honglong Yamaha there. And of course he could take big points away from the contenders here.
That's the danger of the wild cards.
He's in front of Tanat, yeah, in front of Anupab. He's got their points in his fist right at the moment.
Kazma's got off to a fabulous start.
So is Apiwat, by the way, because he's not a regular rider, so he's also taking big points away as it stands on track at the moment.
Through the tunnel. And into turn 14 for the first time. Apiwat is indeed in P3 behind them. Well, McKinley Kalpaz, he's started in 13th. He's made up a couple of places. But it's Kazma from Akubu, from Apiwat, Tanat, Anupab, Nagrohu. Karadin Powi's got himself up to 7. Hershan Atnaid, Kitsada 9. Kalpaz in the top 10. Ahead of Helmi Asman.
Yeah, we were talking about the good starts. The poor start was with Herjan Atna, the number 46. Currently down in P8.
And Helmi, who's lost a couple of places as well. It's not good for them. Karadin Powi, to his credit, well, he's in P7. So he's only made 1 place.
Yeah, and there's about a second between Akubo and Apiwat, who's occupying currently the final spot on the podium.
Kip just got himself up into P7. He just edged ahead of Herjan, of Wainagrohu, sorry, so up into P6. But at the front, gosh, they've already established quite a healthy lead, over a second between Kazma on the Yamaha and the Honda of Akubu.
Yeah, and contenders just behind Apiwat, Tanat and Anupab. Starting to get their iron. I think Tanat might be holding up Anupab a little bit there.
As they come up the brow of the hill and down, spectacular. Akubu just tracking Kazma Daniel. Track looking absolutely perfect, but there is a bit of cloud cover. It's gone a little bit darker, which might be good because it takes a little bit of a heat away from the riders. It's still the same 1, 2, 3 as we come through the end of lap number 2. Kazma from Akubu from Apiwat. Plenty going on behind the front 2.
Yeah, Herjan making no progress, up from 8th after starting 3rd. And Akubo, talking about championship again, Akubo and Apiwat holding a total of 36 points between them.
Indeed, that
track.
hurts, that hurts. Doesn't hurt Kazma.
Not at all, it's brilliant for Kazma.
If he stays in P1, Long way to go. Mind you, Kazma's form, he could high side again and get up and win again. Apiwat.
Yeah.
Under pressure from Anupab. They are like twins, those two.
Yeah, he
I
did.
So miss them not competing together.
Yeah, you almost said playing then, didn't you? Play nicely. But yeah, they are 2 great friends and sparring partners.
Kazma doing his best to pull away. He succeeded with everyone but Akubu.
Yeah, Akubo just keeping enough pressure on there.
Well, the Yamahas being pressured by the Honda of Tanat and Karolin Paui. And Persian, who's recovered a little bit after that sluggish start. Oh, Yasmin hasn't. Despite those, Dimas.
Yeah, steady between these two. The gap lengthening slightly, I fancy, between Kazma and Akubo. And there you go. Apiwat has given way to Anupab. Or Anupab has snatched that P3.
Well, the gap is 2 seconds. The front two are pulling away, and you're right, Kazma has taken an extra tenth of a second in that last lap off Akubu. I don't think that'll worry Akubu too much.
Yeah, I think in this group behind, it'll be interesting to see now whether Anupab can break away. At the moment, it doesn't look as though he is going to gap Apiwat. Tanat just falling back a little bit in P5 now.
.31 is Tanat. Quite right, he can, even if he picks up double-digit points in P5, it could be very hurtful if Kazma Daniel gets big points, be it from a win or P2. Interesting to see Anupab. What's his time? So 1:54.1 last time out. So he's half a second down on his lap times, generally. But as you were saying, he might have been being held up by Tanat.
Yeah, quicker than the riders behind him.
Kazma has the fastest lap of 1:53.5.
And I think what could do his old friend a bit of a favour if he can keep Tanat behind him. Tanat is the 31 there, ahead of 98, Karolin Paui. Now Hergen up into 7th, just behind Kip.
0.3 of a second, the gap between 1 and 2 at the end of the previous lap. We'll just focus on this battle for P3. Tanat is in P5, going through Kazma. The lead is up to, so he's made another 10th. You do a 10th of a second a lap, and it soon builds up. You've got to be consistent, you can't avoid any errors. And Hikari Akubu is right on his tail, should it happen. In the meantime, Anupab, bike 500, those eyes maybe have got themselves focused on the back of Hikari Akubu. They'll need long lenses though.
Yeah, they would, and he hasn't quite got the pace, as you were saying, looking at the lap times earlier, Des, but I think he has got a bit of pace more than the riders behind him as Tanat comes in front of Tanat.
Tanat ahead of Apiwat, who's dropped.
Ahead of Apiwat, yeah.
And Hergen Atna's got ahead of Karolin Paui. Apiwat, ooh, and Tanat. Well, that was a bit too close to comfort for the tie. He just had to stand up, and that was aggressive.
Yeah, a Yamaha mounted tie and a Honda mounted tie. Having a bit of a discussion there.
Hergen Atma took a bit of a gamble there. 1 or 2 risks being taken in that second group. A bit early in the day to be taking those kind of risks. Kazma, is he still there? Yep, he is. As they come sweeping down the hill once again. Spectacular.
Yeah, I think Akubo is comfortable with this gap.
Yeah, it doesn't really seem to be stressing and straining at the moment. Kazma has this flamboyant style. Throws himself around, and well, the gap was 0.4 of a second. Akubo's a lot closer this time round. It's 0.14 of a second, and maybe Akubo might make a move. Behind them, Hergen and Tanat having a little contretemps.
Tanat just dropping back. He's been pushed back by Anupab, then Apiwat. Now Hergen.
Kazma still lapping in the mid 153s. under pressure. He seems relatively comfortable with the pressure behind him. Nice forward.
Yeah, I think this has been for a long time a feature of Kazma's riding. He is comfortable at the front, absorbs pressure really well. And he's got it now from Akubo.
Certainly has. It's almost like Akubo is stalking him. Akubo, the endurance man, used to the waiting game, used to playing it just around.
Yeah, these very experienced riders, they know that they've got plenty of time. They know they don't need to rush. 6 laps to go after this one.
The gap is quite a healthy one. It's over approaching 3.5 seconds ahead of the Anupab group. So Anupab wasn't able to make ground up on the front two, who are lightning quick. They are lapping half a second quicker every lap than Anupab Samu. Half a second plus over Apiwat and Tanat.
Could be turning into a lonely P3 for Anupab.
Yeah, he's got himself half a second, hasn't he?
Different line being taken by Akubo there, trying to get a good drive out of the final turn 14.
Okay, we're in midway. Kazma Daniel on the Yamaha has been leading from the very start, but he's been tracked every step of the way, every kilometre, every metre of the way by Hikari Akubo, who looks back. Okay, it's just you and me for the next 6 laps, Buster.
Yeah, right from the start, and Anupab almost adrift now in P3.
Have a look at how this championship is affected. Tanat was just 3 points adrift. If it remains as it is now, with Tanat in 6th, that gap would go up to 18 points, approaching the halfway point of the season. That's why we're focused on bike number 31. Gosh, how racing can change. Such a glorious performance in Buriram last time out. And it doesn't count for nothing, but it's just one race out of 12. Erjan Atner now in P4. Erjan has had 1 podium so far this season at Sepang, and a P4 in Buriram first race.
Good pace here from Herjan. He's getting after Anupab now, so Anupab not so lonely now in P3. Yeah, he was quick in qualifying. If you remember, he qualified on the front row, Herjan Atner, the number 46 for Astra Honda. He had to make his way up from P8 after a poor start, but now he looks like he might have better pace than Anupab. He's certainly caught him up.
So 1 and 2 is a race which Kazma still leads. Akubu, is there a slipstream there? Well, they go past us under our commentary position, which is right over the start-finish line, with a real whir of activity. So they're 1 and 2, increasing their lead. It's over 3.5 seconds now. P2, Anupab and Herjan. As you said, Herjan's just set the fastest lap time, 1:53.2.
Yeah, he's had to work hard for this. Currently P4, but looking as though he could get the better of Anupab in the later stages.
And behind them, Tanat, I think, has got himself ahead of Apiwat in the...
Here comes Herjan, sorry Des. He does move himself finally back up into his start position, P3. Now this is important for the championship for Anupab. What can he do about it? I don't think he's quite got the pace, but time will tell.
Exactly, there's still 4.5 laps to go. Maybe 1 and 2 is beyond them, unless there's a mistake from either Kazma or Hikari Akubu. There's the battle for P3. Herjan's done great, and Tanat has taken Caroline Powie with him. Rainer Grohu's there, and Apiwat has dropped down to P8. He's not going to get a repeat of his victory here a couple of years ago in the championship season, as they sweep down the slope once again. And Caroline Powie looks on the inside of Tanat, who slides. Great corner.
Yeah, such an important one. sets them up for 12, 13, 14 complex.
And I don't mind how often the guys rehearse this on the PlayStation. It's nothing like the real thing, is it?
Yep, and Tanak getting a frantic hurry up from his Honda Racing Thailand team in pit lane.
Apiwat's got himself up into P7 again. McKinley Kalpaz in 10th. Fairosi's just taken Helmi Asman, who's having a tough old time in P12. Helmi. Keisuke Tanaka 13. Iza Mikmal 14. Dimaseki 15. Zhao Tianhao still out on the circuit, but hasn't come through to complete his 8th lap. He just now completes the 8th lap. That is 3.6 seconds between the first group and the second group, and 1.5 seconds between P4 and Tanat here in P5. And that's catchable. What's Tanat lapping at? 154s. So 3/10 slower than Anupab.
Yeah, we're talking about Kip in that group, but way down the order is Helmi Asman, 3rd in the championship.
Yeah, difficult day. Well, still the tracking goes on, and still Kazma leads the way. The live championship just looks a little bit better for Tanat, 1 point better. But you never know. Kazma won purely on a count back, so every point could count in this championship.
We know that for sure.
And Kazma leads the way. He's been under pressure right the way through, though. Hasn't shown he's under pressure, but it must be wearing mentally.
Yeah, you really have to focus in this situation, and he's doing exactly that, and he's very good at it. Seen it time and time again. Kubo looking really threatening there from our angle.
Let's see the Honda garage. Akubu still challenges. Beyond them, Herjan Atner is there, and then there's Tanat as Apiwat comes on inside Karolid Pawi. So Apiwat begins to make a comeback. It is great to have this fella back.
Oh, it is, yeah. He's so competitive.
And Izam should have given him 24.
Yeah, he has made it his own through 250s, 600s, 1000s. He's one of the great entertainers over the last decade in the Asia Road Racing Championship, Apiwat. And into the lead goes Hikari Akubo. So he did have a little bit more pace than Kazma.
Comes up the hill. 3/4 of the race gone. But Kazma responds instantaneously. No, he doesn't. Akubo is there. Well, he's timed it. Has he gone too early, though? That's the question. Or does he believe that he's got the power?
I think he believes. I really do. He's so experienced. And he's been watching Kazma for 15 minutes or so now.
And he's actually pulled a bit of a lead there. Kazma was leading, and now it's 0.3 of a second. And Kazma may be going backwards.
Still good for the championship for Kazma. And we know this new look Kazma is much more thinking about championships than just race wins and glory for the sake of glory. As
Anupab back in P3 as they go past the Shorewin corner.
Yeah, good work by Anupab. We thought he might have been done then by Herjan, but he's certainly not yet. And nor is Herjan done. He takes it back once again. So a nice little scrap going on between these two.
Jewels within jewels. Another jewel of a scrap. This is for P3, where Herjan Atner and Anupab have just exchanged positions twice within 1 lap. Up at the front, Kazma is still, well, he's on the chase now. Is Ercan able to hold on?
Yeah, the good news for Anupab is that he's got Tanat behind him, and he's also got Helmi a long way behind him.
Helmi's down into P13, just 3 points at the moment for Helmi Asman. Anupab, what will he be? He'll be on 13 points today. So Kazma would increase ahead of Anupab another 7.
Yeah, this is one to watch, isn't it? I think Akubo is away at the front, but these two are not done yet. They're about to start the final lap.
Coming into the final lap, as we focus on P3, that's Ercan Adner ahead of Anupab, ahead of them. Akubu has a 2/10 lead over Kazma. Don't count Kazma out up at the front. Again, we'll focus on this as Anupab goes around the Dunlop corner. A double right-hander heading into the double left-hand shore wing corner.
Behind them, Tanat with the advantage over Afiwat for 5th and 6th place. Waina Groho in that group as well.
Right, has Kazma got anything here, Barry?
Ooh,
who's that coming on? that's cheating.
Hello.
So Akubu is there. I'm wondering if Kazma's got anything left in the tank. Well, coming on was Zhao Tianhao. He was obviously overtaken. That was a strange place to actually just go off the track and let everybody through. But
yeah, you raise a good question, Des. But I think in this Kazma, the championship-conscious Kazma, is not going to go for the win unless Akubo makes it easy for him.
Which isn't likely to happen. Akubu, bike 78, the wild card, leads coming down the hill for the final time. Kazma in close pursuit. It's now all on to what line you take, and Kazma's brave.
Oh!
Kazma leaves the braking so late, but too late, and Akubu will go through. Kazma will say, okay, shake his head, take the 20 points. Here is your racer in a Hikari Akubu, who will come through as a wild card to pick up 25 points. Akubu does it, and he did it after trailing Kazma for 3/4 of the race. Akubu ahead of Kazma Daniel. Behind them, Ercan Adner is going to come into P3.
Well, good work by Ercan after a very poor start. And good work also to overcome Anupab, the young Indonesian, overcoming the veteran Thai. Now you can see a little bit of emotion, a little bit of delight from Hikari Akubo. He's come to the top regional championship and taken a win over the championship leader.
And Kazma very gracious in defeat there. He acknowledged instantaneously that Akubo had done him fair and square. The lead.
He also knows that he almost did something silly on
yes.
turn 11.
Yes, but that's Kazma.
Well, yeah, I mean, I was...
Oh, that's the old Kazma.
Yeah, we saw a flash of the old Kazma then, I think. And he just reminded himself then. He got away with it, he recovered, and he had a nice margin behind him, so no harm done in championship points terms.
Absolutely. Tanat will pick up 11 points, so a 9-point gap there. Helmi Asman, who was third, picked up only 2 points for a P14. Anupab, who was on, well, he was looking for a third podium in a row. Anupab, he'll pick up 13 points for a P4. So it's a 19-point lead at the top for Kazma Daniel, which is healthy.
Yeah, second time on the podium for Ercan Adner this season. First was at Sepang.
Here's confirmation. Hikari Akubu wins it by 2.3 seconds after Kazma overcooked turn 11 and let Akubu on Samwa Racing on the Honda go for the victory. Kazma Daniel, Hongyong Yamaha in P2. Ercan Adner on the Astra Honda. That's a good P3 ahead of Anupab Samoon. Took it by 2/10 from the Yamaha Thai racer. Tanat Leon Klo, okay, 11 points. You've got to pick up the points when things aren't going your way. It's not the glory of Buriram, but it's pretty useful. 11.6 seconds adrift ahead of Abiwat on the Yamaha with Nitro Ryota Racing. Wainagroho on the Yamaha in P7 ahead of Carl Idampawi for Idemitsu Honda in P8. Not a great day for Idemitsu Honda because you look down in P14, Helmi Asman just 2 points. Difficult day for him. McKinley Kalpaz up to P9, Kitsada 10, Fairozi Torikotula in P11, Kaisuke Tanaka on Nitro Ryota in P12 on the Yamaha. Yamaha for Victor Racing's Ezam Ikmal in P13. Helmi, as I said, in P14. Dimaseki will pick up a single point for MS Glow for Men, a racing team who continue to be competitive, even though they were 48 seconds off the pace. Out of the points, he did make a little appearance on the last lap. Zhao Tianho for Victor Racing Team. So long as he's got a personal best, he may well be satisfied. But that's a terrific performance from Hikari Okubo.
Yeah, and a really intriguing race. You called it right in referring to it as a slow burn. But Hikari Okubo, the experienced Japanese rider, just kept the pressure on, took the lead fairly late on in the race, and made it stick. Kazma extends his lead in the championship. So, happy days for those two. And another podium for Hergen. Only his third in this category. He was the 2024 AP250 champion. He won at Mandalika last year. That was his first podium. And this is his second P3 of the season. One at Sepang and now one here at Mobility Resort Motegi. Once again, Astra Honda developing their talent to great effect. Be interesting to see Kazma. I think he's fairly philosophical about this P2.
When we show the highlights, and I wonder whether he just miscalculated or he was taking a calculated gamble on turn 11. Do the brakes work well enough for me to somehow make it around in front of him? He's all smiles now.
Yeah, he's making his team laugh there, so he's obviously taken it well.
And he was gracious in the congratulations that he gave to Hikari Okubo, and the veteran. Close to 20 years, nearly 2 decades at the top.
At this stage of your career, to take a top-level international win like this has got to feel good.
Shots of the Motability Resort, Motegi. And well, we'll get some reaction. Daniel Bogas is getting down towards the Parc Fermé. We'll be getting a post-race reaction. I'm curious about Kazma's reaction. And I think we can go down to hear from Daniel Bogas for thoughts about the race we've just seen in the Supersport 600.
Hikari Okubo, what brilliant management that was in the race. We saw you just following and waiting for the opportunity. So can you tell us what was going through the mind when you saw Kazma in the front?
Honestly, very, very difficult race because he's very good constant lap time. Also, I try management tire because he have a more good setup than my bike because normally I don't ride this bike. And from last week, yesterday, I try to fix about this bike. But anyway, I thinking a lot in the race. And when he looks tired, I try to overtake, and last 2 laps push hard like a 45. Then he tried to overtake in the last lap after the back straight, but my braking more strong than him, so that's why I can victory. Also, my team is good, very good help to me in this 2 days. Also, Summer Racing and Tech2 and my team staffs and my sponsors helped me a lot. That's why I can victory in the race 1 in the Super Sports. So, of course, tomorrow we have a race. So, I should check about data log, and I need more fix about where it's good, where it's not good. So, I try to win the tomorrow race too. Thanks so much.
Similar tactic for tomorrow, do you think, or are you going to try and lead it from the start instead?
We will see. Honestly, today my field condition is not so perfect, so that's why behind to him long time. But if I can do good feeding in tomorrow morning session, maybe I try to push on alone we will see. Maybe another rider more fast than today, of course, because more improvement. This is Asian Championship, very good race and high level championship. So I don't think it's easy to win tomorrow, but I'll do my best.
Thank you so much. Big congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Supersport 600cc, race number 1 in Motegi. 12 laps of the track. Kazma Daniel, bike number 57, on pole, off to a superstar, but instantaneously, Hiroki Okubu, the wild card, bike number 98. The man in black was stalking Kazma. Behind them, well, battles were going on, looking for points, but there was always the danger by Russell that the wild cards would take big points away from the championship rivals.
Yeah, they did have a big fistful of points just at around this stage. There was 36 points in the hands of Okubo and Apiwat. There is Apiwat there, just dropped down to P4.
Anupab would eventually pick up a useful number of points. He'd pick up 13 points for a P4, but they were never near the front two. The front two were 3+ seconds. That's a good battle between Herj and Atner, who came up from somewhere like about P9 at one stage. He had a really poor start, got himself up into P3 and has got himself another podium.
Yeah, he really did slam it into reverse at the start. Just looked on the replay and he just looked like he was going backwards compared to everybody else.
Tanak Leongplao, bike number 31, he was just damage limitation, pick up as many points as I possibly can. Around about now is the time that Okubu says, right, I can take Kazma. I think I know that I can win from here.
Yeah, he was just showing a wheel every time. Just look at that battle there continuing between Apiwat and Kip. And this battle between Herjan and Anupab, also a really absorbing one.
Suddenly we found the back marker getting in the way. He came out of nowhere, which gave us all a bit of a shock. And this is the final last gamble from Kazma. And he realizes, no, I've got you take the race. You take the race. I'll take the 20 points. That improves my lead at the top of the standings. 25 points would have been nice, but I'll take 20. Okubu, as a wild card, comes through and wins. The veteran, bike number 78, picking up all 25 points for a very handsome victory. And coming through in P3 was Herjan Atner ahead of Anupam.
Yep, and a very thoughtful and analytical debrief in Park Ferme with Daniel as well.
Third place, Herjan Atner, Astra Honda Racing. Again, when things aren't going your way, just collect as many points as you possibly can. Kazma in P2. That's his third podium in 5 races. And I think that's a very well-meant handshake for the celebratory victor, Hikari Okubu from Sanwa Racing. Japanese-based team are in the All Japan Championships and they'll take the award as well. Japanese national anthem to celebrate before the prize presentation.
The winners' trophies. We would like
it was a thoughtful interview he gave, and that was a very heartfelt singing of the national anthem.
Yeah, second time today we have heard it.
Mr. Norihito Yangizono, the general manager of Sumitomo Rubber Industries Limited.
from
Indonesia,
Indonesia,
Handing
Adna
out the awards. He's already had to hand out 1 million yen so far this afternoon. We'll explain that a little bit later. So it's been an expensive afternoon for Dunlop.
Malaysia, Kasma Daniel Kasmayudin.
Kasma Daniel, pretty pleased with his second place. Of course he is. Can't keep that fella out the spotlight. But your winner, and maybe a great learning curve for Kasma. But he didn't buckle. Kasma didn't buckle. He was overtaken, probably beaten by the better rider on the day.
Yep, he knows that. And we heard several times last season him referring to have to not take silly risks to win the championship.
Frank Vassi handing out the award to Samwa, FIM Asia Secretary General. Great to have the endorsements. Of course, we need the endorsements of FIM and all the sponsors. You can see the names on the boards behind the recipients. Very grateful and appreciative of the continued support. Samwa Racing Team taking the team award. Persian Adna for Astra Honda. Kasma Daniel, Hongyang Yamaha. And Hikari Okubu for Samwa Racing. Your top three. Conditions slightly cooling, but the wind has stopped and the clouds are staying nice and fluffy. As we have a look at the championship standings, Kasma has indeed increased his lead to 12 points ahead of Tanat Yongpiao, so not devastating for Tanat. An 8-point differential today. Anupab Samu 19 points adrift on 73. Helmi Asman just 2 points today. That's potentially devastating for Idemitsu Honda. Persian Atna moves on to 54 points. Waino Grohu on Yamaha Racing Indonesia on 52. McKinley Kalpaz on Yamaha. He rescued a few important points today on 47. Fadila Arbi, an absentee today. An ill absentee. Get better soon, Fadila. We do hope to see you in the next round in Mandalika. I'm sure we will. Okay, as we take a look at the fluffy clouds. Don't think there's going to be any rain today. Our attention moves next on to the big boys, the ASB 1000cc. Did I speak too early? That is coming up in just a few minutes' time. You're watching the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships for Mobility Resort Motegi.
Idemitsu IRG5. Start like a rocket and ship like silk with Superbike proven nano-tailored oil. Ultra protective Quintec guard technology distills the wisdom of oil experts. 5 protective benefits in harmony unleash the peak performance of your engine. Nano Silky Tech ensures extra smooth upshifting at high RPM. Rocket starts, silky shifts. Idemitsu IRG5.
FIM Asia Road Racing Championship comes to you from Japan. We're at the Mobility Resort Motegi. Fabulous venue it is as well. The old oval is being decommissioned. That's the building work that you can see, but it means extra grandstands coming for the spectators in future events, as we hope the ARRC will be back here for a 4th year next year. I'm alongside Barry Russell in the commentary box, but we move on to the ASB 1000cc next. Before we do, let's go and have a look at the athletes and the riders who will be taking place in the ASB 1000cc. We have gathered them from far and wide to bring them to Motegi. We are just a little bit north of Tokyo, a couple of hours north of Tokyo, in the countryside at this fabulous resort arena. It's been the venue for the Asian Road Racing Championships. This is now the 3rd year that we've been here. Barry, we've had some excellent racing and there's some really good wildcards. Japanese wildcards are being introduced into this particular race.
Yep, they have, as we will see as we look at the qualifying session that took place earlier today. Lots of drama.
There always is, there always is. And we're wondering what the wildcards would do. We'd also wonder what Hafiz would do. There's a Dunlop Sportsmax award of 1 million yen available for anyone who can beat the time top right at 1:49.444 from Yuki Kuni. And there were quite a few out there, Barry Russell, who gave it a real shot, including Kito Abe, the Japanese.
Yeah, he really had a good shot at it. Zakwan Zaidi had a good go as well and ended up going under Yuki Kuni's time that was set in 2024.
We saw eyes on the prize though from Hafiz Sharin Abdullah. This is the Zakwan and Chip Nakarin lap that you were talking about. He was mighty quick and the Hondas were right at the extreme limits. And the prize was beaten not once but twice. Zakwan got himself very, very close to the prize as well. 1 million yen is worthwhile having.
Definitely, especially as you don't need to exchange it here. Assuming you're going to blow it all in Japan before you go home.
Hafiz Sharin though, he was the man. Not on this particular ride though, but he came out on a second occasion to take that prize, to take that award, and also take pole position. He's still the man to beat Hafiz on the Ducati.
Yeah, in fact, there's that was recorded on the first qualifier. He did come out again, much to our surprise, on a second qualifier, but didn't better that time. Phenomenal, half a second off the record.
How'd you stop him? How'd you stop the Ducatis? Andy Farid Izdahar, his teammate, didn't have as much fun out there. He had problems, he's had real problems starting the bike all season. The Ducati has been a difficult one for him, but no problems for the defending champion, Hafiz Sharib Abdullah, on the Ducati for JDT Racing.
Yeah, already 4 wins from 4 starts, a perfect 100 points.
It's not bad. You would normally say we're only a third of the way through the season, but it's how do you stop him? And if anyone is going to, or if anywhere, it will happen. Kito Abe on his own Japanese Grand Prix. That is what he's looking for. Here's the circuit. Where's the weakness? Where's the Ducati potentially weak here?
Well, I think that Hafiz was worried about sectors 2 and 3. So from say turns 3 through to turns 8 and 9. That's maybe where it's not quite so strong. But I tell you what, we'll probably have a look at him in a minute. Well, there is Hafiz. Let's go down to the grid with Daniel.
So despite the few droplets of rain you may have seen earlier during the podium, it is dry now, and we don't expect any rain to fall during this race. Well, at least we're hoping for it to stay dry. For now, let's have a chat with poleman Hafiz Sharon, who has the legendary Kageyama by his side. And let's have a quick word with Hafiz. Hafiz, it was the perfect qualifying, wasn't it? A great lap time. Conditions very different now, though. It's cooling down, so do you think this is going to change things a bit?
I don't think so. We have the same temperature as yesterday. Anyway, we try our best, and we will see how it goes, because will be interesting race, and no stress. I will keep my rhythm and lap by lap, and I believe with my package we are very strong on the pace race, and we will see how we go. And anyway, we will fight until the end, and I hope the weather consistent. Cloudy is cloudy, sunny is sunny, and like I said before, so yeah, inshallah, I hope will be our day today.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Good luck for this one. Now we're going to go to P2 next to Hafiz, who came strong at the end of qualifying. It was Zakwan Zaidi. And on the Honda, he's been looking pretty strong this weekend. So let's see what Zakwan has to say about that. Zakwan, it seems that the pace was getting better and better in qualifying and ultimately P2. So is there any answer to the Ducati next to you?
I don't have any comment, but yeah, we will see in the next new bike. Hopefully that our bike can fight. But yeah, I'm hoping that we need to find a new setup and new part. Maybe can help us to improve a lot. So at the moment, maybe we try to concentrate on the race and try to on the podium. Yeah, I try my best for make a good result.
Different conditions. Do you think this is going to be better for the race?
Yeah, when we see now it's a bit cloudy, so we don't know if coming rain. But yeah, we're hoping that in the maybe 6 or 7 lap, 6-7. So we try our best for in the first attack.
Thank you so much, Zakwan. Good luck, and thank you for that reference. Now we're gonna head over to another Honda, which is Kito Abe, who's also taken a bit of a side seat over here down at the pit wall. Kito, difficult qualifying session. It was looking good towards the end yesterday during practice 3. So qualifying, can you tell us about how that went for you? Like, what was missing?
Yes, yesterday FP3 is feeling is so good, but today is a little bit low is high temperature, so feeling is big difference. But I can get front row. It's not so bad. Yeah, and yesterday I tried to long run, and the feeling is good. So I have confidence that I keep to my best.
Thank you so much, Kito. We can't wait to see it. Good luck. And now we're going to head down to P13 on grid. We're going to have a chat with one of the Yamahas. We'll have a chat with Shota Ite tomorrow. He's done a brilliant performance so far this weekend. For reference, the track temperatures are at about 43 degrees Celsius, as I was notified by Mr. Kentaro Kobayashi. So it's looking very much ideal for some good racing. And let's have a quick chat with the young Aussie, Ollie Simpson, standing in for and the legendary Anthony West. Let's see what Ollie has to say. Ollie, so you made a second trip now into the ASB class, and this time in Motegi. How are you finding it so far around here?
Yeah, no, it's been so fun. Yeah, the track's been amazing. Yeah, once again, I'm just getting to grips with the bike, and it hasn't taken me too long. So made a little mistake in qualifying, but our race pace is good. So I'm hoping to get a really good start, and yeah, just see if I can hang with the guys and just be there at the end. Yeah.
You've been closing the gap every session, and I think we're seeing how Shota Ite is doing as well. That might have pumped you up a bit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I got a few laps behind a few riders in that last one. So no, it's good. So the pace is there. I just need to not make mistakes, have a clean first few laps, and just get away with them. Yeah.
Can't wait to see it. Good luck for this one.
Thank you very much.
All right. Now we're gonna have a quick chat with the legendary boys in yellow from Dunlop. We're going to find Sal Khan, and I have found him there. So Mr. Kobayashi told us that it is about 43 degrees Celsius on track. Let's see what Sal Khan has to say about tire selection, because that's been a bit of a topic as well this weekend. So Sal, we want to ask, first of all, what are the temperatures looking like for this race?
Actually, the track temperature's probably been the highest, let's say, over the 2 days at this time. About 43 degrees track now. Good grip from the track. Most of the guys have gone with a hard front at the fronts and medium rears. So, generally speaking, I think we're in for a good fight.
Do we have any surprises in tyre selection, or is it as you said?
The only one I would say is probably been Nakarin. This time round, he's actually opted for the harder front. So clearly, this track needs that. So it's showing that that's the way forward.
Thank you so much, Sal. Back to you, Barry and Des.
Interesting comment there, Des, about Nakarin, because he was notably one of the riders who was sticking with that medium front. Now he's gone for the hard.
Okay, that's good information coming from Daniel. I was interested in the reaction of the Zakwan and Kito Abe. Both broke the previous track record, and yet both seem a little bit down simply because of the power that we're seeing from Hafiz and the Ducati. They've both broken the track record.
Yeah, that's right. But can they break the grip that Hafiz has got on this championship? It's just so challenging, so difficult. There is Shota Ite, who's done a phenomenal job to put a Yamaha on the second row at this rapid Motegi circuit. It shouldn't have happened, but he's done it.
Time of 1:49.949. He was only just outside the previous record. Azroy Hakim Anwar, we said in the Supersport 600s, the Idemitsu Honda team haven't had the best of days today, and Azroy Hakim, who is 4th place in the championship standings. Again, I think already we're beginning to look at who might be second to Hafiz without giving the title to Hafiz. But you've got to be realistic. It's somebody who's on pole and won 4 out of 4. He's going to be difficult to beat.
Very much so. We just saw Rocco Sessler there. 17-year-old, did a great job, almost qualified on the second row, ended up leading the third row. Kazuki Watanabe.
Been a good weekend from the Aprilia. Their best weekend, I think, in ARRC.
Yeah, they're enjoying themselves, particularly Kazuki. Atananta Putra went really well in the wet session yesterday.
SDG Harkbro, bike number 39, Kito Abe.
Yeah.
Final thoughts. He looked so quick. He really gave it a go earlier on in the qualifying, and he had a very fast lap that was disqualified. It was taken off. It actually was the first one that broke the record, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. He's such an exciting rider to watch. The tyre selections confirmed here, and it is HMHM Shota Ite going with medium front and medium rear from the middle of row 2.
But they're talking about a really good grip, and it'll be very wearing on the tyres, aren't they? So it's a bit of a gamble if you're going medium on the front.
Yeah, Kota Arakawa as well for Astimo. They're going medium.
Well, they're the local boys.
Yeah, and so is Shogo Kawasaki. So yeah, the locals going medium on the front as well. But it is significant, I think, what Sal told Daniel, that Nakarin has decided to move to the hard front. Getting brighter out there now.
It is, which means, well, who knows what it means. It might be rain on the way. Let's have a look at the starting grid. Hafiz Shahin Abdullah, the man to beat on the Ducati Panigale for JDT Racing Team. Zakwan Zadi, straining every morsel that he possibly can for Idemitsu Honda in P2 on the Honda. Kito Abe, SDG Harkbro on the Honda CBR 1000 on P3.
Yeah, and on row 2 we got Nakarin Atirapuvapat for Honda Racing Thailand. Next to him for Akino Speed, the brilliant Shota Ite, putting a Yamaha on that second row. Next to him, Azroy Hakim Anwar for Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia.
The teenage sensation Rocco Sessler from 40 Forge Days Racing Team on the BMW. He's in P7 alongside Team Tatara Aprilia Watanabe, particularly in practice, very, very good on the Aprilia, best we've seen in the RRC. Adanantaputra in the learning curve for Astra Honda Racing in P9 on bike 88.
Yeah, and Astimo Pro Honda's Kota Arakawa starts 10th. Next to him, luckless so far this weekend, Andy Farid Izdihar on the JDT Racing Ducati. Lachlan Epis had a mechanical in qualifying. He starts 12th.
Yeah, interesting to see how they get on. We heard a very vibrant Ollie Simpson on the Motogo Yamaha, just trying to get his little battles, as such against the like of Victor Racing's Joe Francis. He wants to win them, both on Yamahas. And then the second Aprilia of Shogo Kawasaki in P15.
And Fahmi Abdul Wahab completes the row on the 40 Forged Asia Racing BMW.
Whoa.
And the slippery track flag is being waved despite the sunshine.
Maybe it's one side of the track.
Window.
Maybe one side. And the comment from Zakon in his interview, maybe around about lap 6 or 7, we'd like some rain.
That did have us giggling for a good 30 seconds, that one. He's far too old to be making jokes like that.
I think he's deadly serious.
Daniel's shaking his head, but I think he's the same age.
Well, let's see what happens. It could be interesting. Rain can come through. We're in kind of a valley and the wind has picked up a little bit.
Yeah, we have got a little bit of rain.
But not a wet weather race. There are the clouds. It's a constant source of worry for the riders and for the teams and for the engineers. But now the riders are out on the track. Hafiz makes his way last but one. There's Kito Abe, who's second in the championship standings. Only 24 points behind, so it's just one bad race for Hafiz, and it can all change.
Exactly.
We're all set. ASB 1000cc race number 1 of the weekend underway. A fabulous start from Abe from P3 on bike number 39, and a brilliant start also from Nakarin.
Yeah, was that Nakarin going through there?
I think so.
I was assumed for a moment it was Zakwan, but it is the 41 at the front right now. Sensational launch
and
from Nakarin.
Zakwan's not too shabby either. Hafiz Sharin, for once, not off to a perfect start.
Yeah, it wasn't a bad launch, but sensational from Nakarin. Zakwan up there with him.
But look at the power of Hafiz. Oh, wow. He's forced his way back into P2 already. By the time we get to turn number 4, going out into the countryside. Gosh, there was a little bit of hope. And then suddenly Hafiz turns on the power of that Ducati and goes up the hill. He had a difficult time here last year. In race number 2 especially, around about here, late on in the race, he was forced out. So he doesn't have the best of memories of Motegi. Oh, as Abe takes a big risk to cut inside Nakarin.
He can see the same thing. He can see the championship leader, and he's the closest to him, trying to get away at the front as he gets the better now of Zakwan. So Hafiz at the front, then it's Zakwan, then it's Kito. Ooh, Azroy going there, puffing up a load of dirt.
And still the red and white flags, the slippery track flags are out there. How much do you trust your tyres in these stages? Hafiz. That's a brilliant first lap from Hafiz. Not a brilliant start, but a brilliant recovery.
Yeah, I'm surprised he rushed it as much as he did, really.
We're seeing the Hondas really pushing themselves to the limit. Abe cutting in front of Nakarin. Zakwan getting off to a fabulous start, but Hafiz Shahin Abdullah is the man who has the lead on the Ducati.
Yeah, he's already starting to ask those questions at the front there, Hafiz.
Go through the Shorewing corner under the tunnel. And he's powering away. Gosh, he had such a tough time winning the championship last year, Hafiz, but once he's won it, once they've got the package together, exactly as he said in the pre-race interview, he believes in the package.
Yeah, that does mean a lot. Yeah, a lot of support here, Hafiz Shirin in Japan, going back to his MotoGP days. Does love this Motegi circuit as well.
You see the power of the Ducati. Zakwan is using every bit of power that he's possibly got, and so is Abe behind him. They're working terrifically hard.
Yeah, being dropped after that phenomenal start and a very early brief lead. Keto just dropping back a little bit, under braking as well. Oof, but it comes right back. Let's see how this works out.
Zakwan and Abe in a battle royale, but Hafiz Sharin. Fizzes past us in the commentary box.
Yeah, I think on that that strange-looking approach to turn 11, that was Abe positioning himself for a good launch into the final complex. He did come out fast.
The new lap record holder, Hafiz Sharin, only man inside 149. As we have a look there at Kota, is that Shota Ite and Arakawa, the two Japanese next to each other.
4/10 quicker on that first flying lap.
Now still the slippery flags are being waved, so there clearly is something that's got the stewards worried. Well, rain falling. Where is the rain falling? We haven't seen it, have we?
Yeah, but if you look at the lap times, 150. Really, the lap times aren't really showing rain.
Shota Ite there in the yellow and blue. Hafiz not slowing down in the slightest. Nobody's slowing down in the slightest. Are they ignoring the flags? Are they not believing them?
Yeah, you can't get penalised for ignoring a slippery track flag, but you can penalise yourself.
Hafiz still holds on, banks nice and low, turns confidently into the corner. He's increased his lead. He was half a second clear at the end of the previous lap. That lead is now nearly 8/10 of a second. Another 2.5 tenths of a second.
Yeah, first three bikes in the 149s that time around. 149.736 at the front. 149.8 for Zakwan and Keto.
Zakwan, the long lap. Oh. Long lap, we forgot about that.
We did, how bad.
So that puts the only real challenger to Hafiz Sharin out of the equation. That's a penalty for an incident on the second race in Buriram. The long lap has now been served. Normally adds around about 3 seconds, we have calculated, which is a lifetime for Zakwan. It dropped him down to, well, where is he? 7, 8?
Yeah, these three lapping. Hafiz not stretching his advantage.
Ite on the inside of Arakawa.
Yeah, this is good work from Shota Ite once again. Yamaha far faster and far further up the field than it really should be, according to the Yamaha form book. Here's Arakawa. Another very quick wild card here.
I know these circuits are well, of course, racing in the old Japan, but even so, he's pushing and pushing and is under pressure from Arakawa. Here's Ite. Ite 74, Arakawa 54 in the red. They are 5 and 6 at the moment. Abe ahead of Chip Nakarin, ahead of Azroy. Zakwan, that long lap penalty moved him down to P9. Andy Farid Izdahar, right, he's got off safely. That's the good news for Andy. He's had so many problems on bike number 27, just behind these two.
Yeah, decent ride so far from Azroy. Zakwan still down in 9th. He seemed to lose more than 3 seconds there. Plus he's in traffic.
Yes, the traffic's the problem, isn't it?
Rocco Sessler just moved up ahead of Lachlan to take P10 further back. Rocco started 7th.
Hafiz, new lap time, 1:49.5.
Very close to Yuki Kuni's.
It's incredible.
Recently smashed lap record.
Conditions are there. The red and white flags have stopped being waved, so any rain has...
They realised it wasn't making any difference.
Yeah. Circumnavigated the stadium.
Another brave, determined, resilient performance from Kito Abe, the number 39.
But the sheer power of the Ducati and the brilliance of Hafiz Shahin Abdullah, it's got him a lead of 1.3 seconds. We're focusing there on a battle for P4, Azroy Hakim and Shota Ite. Ite on the Yamaha, as we keep telling you. Kota Arikawa just behind them, unable to make any headway on Ite. 10 laps still to go.
Yeah, this is a good battle there. Azroy and Ite. Yamaha doing what it shouldn't be able to do, but is a very welcome sight. It's got ahead of the Honda. Arakawa.
Abe currently in second in the championship. Hafiz 4 wins out of 4. And a third of the way to 5 out of 5. So we look behind them. Kito Abe was 24 points adrift. Andy Farid currently in P7. There's 23 adrift of him. Azroy Hakim a further 9 down. Azroy's doing okay in P4.
Yeah, and Hafiz really putting the hammer down as well at this point in the race. Fastest Sector 1 so far, quick Sector 2. So, some win bonus being calculated there perhaps in pit lane. Our
Bit
producer
premature,
is
bit premature.
speculating. Yeah.
I suspect calculations. There is Hafiz.
Yeah, good Sector 3 as well. He's really pulled the pin now. Crosses the line
and Sector 3 was one of the sectors that he was worried about.
That's right, 149.345.
Ite's got ahead of Azroy Hakim. Ite is now into P4. I was listening to you and Daniel in the qualification, waxing lyrical about Shota Ite.
Well, he's in the 149s as well now. Absolutely brilliant. Keener Speed in a tie-up for this event with Uma Racing Yamaha, doing an absolutely phenomenal job.
There's the second Ducati of Andy Farid Izdahar, still learning about this beast of a Ducati. It took Hafiz a season.
He's lost a lot of track time this weekend.
Yes.
With what looked like electrical problems.
Just getting the bike going was one of the problems, and his Ducati team have been working overtime just to try and sort his problem out. Hafiz on the other way is not having any problems at all. He seems so comfortable on this bike. In the meantime, he's still in P7.
Oh,
Lachlan Epis.
Lachlan down again. I think it was a mechanical problem that put him down in qualifying, but down he goes again now. Oh, and through the tumble dryer. Whew, for that BMW, that looks expensive. Is he try and get back on? Surely not.
In the meantime, we'll update you on if Lachlan gets out of that gravel trap and if there's anything left of the bike. In the meantime, Andy Farid still in P7. He's got Kota ahead of him. And then Zakwan is still in P9. He's got Adhananta Putra in his sights. Zakwan, a former champion, of course, in 1000 and twice champion at 600cc. He's in P6 at the moment. He and Chip Nakarin, who was so close to the title last year, they're in a battle for top 5. And them and Azroy.
Yeah, Andy lapping. It wasn't such a good lap for him. And just watching for him to come through, he has been lapping quicker than the two riders ahead of him.
Right behind him is Adhananta Putra. There is Adhananta.
Yeah, Adhananta looking like he means business as well.
Approaching the halfway point. Bike number 88. Whips through Zakwan. Zakwan's closing in on these. But he's not been able to recover. This long lap penalty really has hurt Zakwan. Hafiz Sharin had one in Buriram and went on to win the race. It didn't hurt him. But this has really hurt Zakwan. He dropped from P3 down to P9. Has not been able to make any headway in the 5 laps since.
Yeah, he's the only other rider outside of the top 4 in the 149s though. But not at the moment. He's in the mid 150s. So maybe lost a bit of tyre, or possibly lost a little bit of heart, Zakwan.
Andy Farid still 7th. He's frustrated, the team are frustrated that Andy's not been able to really get closer, but it's still not been a bad season. He's had a couple of podiums and a P6 and a P5, Andy Farid. Let's have a look at Ite. He goes through. Arbe.
Yeah, it's just looking as though Shota Ite lapping a little bit faster than Nakarin Tirapuvapat with 6.5 laps left. Could we see a Yamaha on the podium? I wish no ill whatsoever to my good friend Nakarina Tirapuvapat. But what a story.
Arbe trying to stay close onto Hafiz, but Hafiz is controlling this from the front. Best lap 149.3. Back markers just need to make sure they're staying out of the way.
But look at Shota Ite closing in on the back of Nakarin.
That's for P3, that's for a podium.
Yeah, that is for a podium for Akino Speed. Shota Ite on the Yamaha. Well, we've got 6 laps after this one. You know how hard Nakarin is going to fight to hold on to that podium.
Shota Ite was on a medium tyre front.
He was,
so
yeah.
that might degrade as this race goes on.
Be calculated. Ashroy looks like he's closing in on Ite as well.
And Arakawa's back in the mix as well.
And 0.25 of a second quicker than Nakarin on that lap was Shota Ite. And Ashroy quicker again. So the battle behind the front two changing shape a little bit in the second half of the race.
But no improvement for Andy Farid is the heart. There's 27, closing on the back of Kota Arakawa. He'll be desperate to get a couple of places up.
Yeah, and Hafiz has just done the fastest Sector 1. Andy Farid into the 149s. So, and that's at this stage of the race. That's impressive. Only Hafiz is in the 149s at this point in the race, as the tyre wear kicks in. So you can almost set your watch by Andy Farid coming
Indeed,
through in the
coming
race.
through late. Yes, exactly. He's a bit far behind Hafiz, but
Shota Ite is through indeed into the final podium spot provisionally on track.
So Ite in the yellow is ahead of Chip Nakarim, then Azroy Hakim, then Arakawa, and then Andy Farid, who is closing in, and you suspect at some stage Andy Farid's going to make a move. Out of the Ducati, maybe on this home straight if he's close enough. If he's behind Arakawa, going through, the lead is 3.34 seconds for Kito Abe. Shota Ite in third. What a story.
Isn't it? Nakarin's not done yet though.
Oh, wide from Andy. Just when it was going so well.
It was. Now he's got a bit of extra work to do. So Kota Arakawa and Azroy ahead of him can just breathe a little easier.
Chip Nakarin just beginning to head back on the Honda, onto the back of Shota Ite. You do wonder about that front tyre. The sun is out once again, so the track may warm up.
Yeah, whatever the podium ends up looking like, this has been a fantastic ride, fantastic weekend so far for Ite. Absolutely brilliant.
Can we finish it with a flourish? We've still got 4.5 laps to go. Ite under pressure from Nakarin. In terms of points on the board, Chip Nakarin will want to get ahead of the wild card. He'll want to get a little bit of distance between him and Zakwan and Adananta. And Azroy Hakim as well, who's bike number 20, just behind these two.
Another 4 laps after this one. Shota Ite making that Yamaha very wide.
Hafiz fires through. It was, well, the gap is now up to 3.9 seconds. That's about the average for Hafiz Sharin this season. Behind them, Ite has Nakarin still chasing.
Yeah, Ite defending a little bit now, I think.
Corner by corner.
Yeah, Hafiz still in the 149s. Kota Arakawa
149.
who was in the 149s last time around as well. So
Chip Nakarin looks to see if there's any way through, either on the outside or the inside. The answer's no. So as they'll come under the bridge, and they'll head up the hill.
Arakawa coming up to harass Azroy Hakim Anwar. He looked as though Azroy was one of the faster riders on track a few laps ago. Now he's under attack.
That's P3, that's P5, you're quite right, Arakawa. Was a little bit wide there from Azroy Hakim. He was able to hold on to it, but he'll be under pressure as he goes wide again. Arakawa, so half a gap. And Andy Farid hasn't been able to make up the gap from that mistake.
Nakarin giving it everything, but he can't get past that extremely uncharacteristically wide Yamaha.
Still Ite holds on. Yeah. He's had this lead over Chip Nakarin for over 3 laps now. Is he able to hold on? Hafi's lead over Abe remains a smidgen under 4 seconds. Behind them, intriguing races going on. The places haven't changed, but the pressure on the man in possession of P3 and P5 is absolutely intense. Shota stands up.
Yeah, Andy Farid back in the 149s as well. the only one that time around. Even Hafiz in the low 150s.
He just needs to make sure he doesn't make any serious mistakes. Lap consistently. That was what he said in the pre-race interview with Daniel Bogas. It's a brilliant season. It's frustrating for everybody else that they can't get close to the Ducati and the JDT. That whole package has been assembled and worked upon and tried, and they've had problems, but now it's looking absolutely in mint condition.
Yeah, and Hafiz at one of his favourite tracks as well, at Motegi. Oh!
Azroy Hakim.
He's been down. And he's out of this race.
Oh, he's backing onto the track and he's trying to get back going again. Whether or not he can, I'm not sure.
He was under a lot of pressure there from Kota.
Arbe, to his credit, continues to lap. What's he just done? A 150.3. Even a quick 150.3 is nearly a tenth down. Now then, Arakawa under pressure from Andy Farid. Probably too late for Andy to get himself a podium, but he'd like to pick up a P5 and get the better of Arakawa. Ite is still holding off.
This is brilliant, brilliant defensive riding from Shota Ite. Kino Speed really came with one hell of a Yamaha package to this race.
As you say, brilliant defensive riding. And he's not having to sway or do anything untoward. He's just picking the right line, making it difficult for Attila Puvapad. Now then, through past Arakawa is Andy Farid. Has he left it too late to get on the back of Nakarin and Ite?
Take a look at the gap on track. It's substantial at the moment.
But these two are dueling. It looks like it's too substantial, doesn't it? With only 1.5 laps to go.
Looks like the rear grip might be going on that Honda of Nakarin. Or maybe he's just pushing it too hard.
Well, he's trying to get close as they come through. This is the race leader on to his final lap, Hafiz Shahin Abdullah. Once again, we have to ignore him because he's so far ahead.
Yeah.
Behind them, Arbe, 4.2 seconds down. Shota and Nakarin. Nakarin's got to make a move now. Andy Farid too far behind.
Yep, and you know Nakarin is going to throw everything at Kota Ite on this. A lot of pride at stake. Great expectations of him in the Honda Racing Thailand pit as well.
Here is Hafiz Shahin Abdullah though. He's about to make it 5 wins out of 5. The package, perfect. The hard work ethic is paying off. The fitness campaign, the electronic work, the team behind the scenes, the investment, the whole package for JDT has been too hot for the rest of the teams to handle. As he goes past the shore wing corner for the last time, on his way to a shore win. And the team used to success. And behind them, not used to maybe getting a podium. This would be a thrilling performance.
Yeah, I'm holding my breath here at this point for Shota Ite. JDT come out to celebrate.
Coming down the hill for the final time, Hafiz Shahin Abdullah. A perfect weekend so far. They're hanging off the railings to welcome Hafiz Shahin in for win number 5 out of 5 this season. And as usual, he will do it slowing down. The victory for the Ducati of JDT Racing. Hafiz Shahin Abdullah, 5 out of 5. Kito Abe comes through in second. The battle for P3. That is won by the Yamaha of Shota Ite.
Absolutely phenomenal performance. Yamahas are not supposed to do that here at Motegi. Absolutely fantastic. Congratulations to Aquino Speed and Shota Ite for what they've been doing so far this weekend. Brilliant display of riding, offensive and later defensive riding by Ite as we watch Hafiz Shirin celebrate. Andy Farid comes alongside him to collect a flag.
Andy Farid picked up a P5 for 11 points. It's a team effort as the JDT team, resplendent in white and with the state flag and the team flag, head off for another celebratory lap, appropriately in front of the Dunlop Supermax sign, because they picked up £1,000,000 as well for the fastest lap this weekend. Excellent from Kito Abe in P2. He gave it his all, but frustration for Nakarin Atirapuvapat and I think Zach Gonzadi, who would only finish in P7.
Yeah, and Shota Ite did a 149.9 on that last lap. Phew. Well, really defying expectations. Looking further down the field, the Moto Go Yamaha of Ollie Simpson, P11. Victor Racing's Joe Francis on that older machine in 12th. I think he was the last finisher to be confirmed.
I think so, yeah, because Azroy was in the gravel last time we saw him. And the flag is waved once again. It's a familiar sight. 5 races, 5 wins for JDT Racing. Confirmation. He's won it slowing down and still wins by 4.5 seconds. Hafiz Sharin Abdullah on the Ducati Panigale. Kito Abe gave it his all, particularly early on. He threw the bike into some corners and took 1 or 2 risks on the SDG Hark Pro Philippines Honda. Second, but on Aquino Speed's Yamaha Maju Motor, Shota Ite, a sensational individual performance to get the better of Nakarin Atirapuvapat. Andy Farad is the heart. Another double-digit points for the JDT team. 10.5, well, nearly 11 seconds down, just ahead of Kota Arakawa for Astemo Pro Honda. Zach Gonzadi in P7, the long lap hurt him. Adhananta Putra, the learning curve goes on for the Astra Honda Racing athlete in P8. We'll continue. Rocco Sessler, the teenage German, continues his learning curve. He won his little battle with the mightily experienced Kazuki Watanabe on the Aprilia, who got off to a poor start, never really recovered, but in the middle of the pack, that's a good win for Sessler. Ollie Simpson on the Yamaha, 32 seconds off the pace, and Joe Francis for Victor Racing continues to work hard, hits the corners well, the straights are killing him for the Yamaha. Azroy did indeed finish and may well pick up points, as will Shogo Kawasaki on the second of the Aprilias. Non-finisher for 40 Forge was Fahmi Abdul Wahab, and we saw Lachlan Epis lucklessly on the BMW for Swift Grow Racing crash out once again. But there's the man of the day. We'll talk about Hafiz for the rest of the season, but you and Daniel have been setting this Yamaha P3 up all weekend, and I didn't believe that you would be proved right. But my word, what a performance from him. And they're celebrating like it's a win.
Yeah, they should be. We've got a factory-backed Ducati, factory-backed Honda in front of them. Brilliant work from Aquino Speed, who hooked up with Uma Racing for this round. So credit to everybody concerned there. It's really paid off. But as you say, Des, like a win.
Hafiz comes in once again, passes his bit, which is appropriately right next to the Park Ferme. used to this celebration.
Behind the pits here at Motegi.
The high fives after a lot of hard work. They went through a lot of heartache over the previous 2 seasons. Came good at the end of last year. And this year, now, it's difficult to argue what they've done with this combination. Clearly, Andy Farrad has still got work to do. But he's a very useful foil to have in your team for the team championship, which will be awarded at the end of the season, although we're not even halfway through this campaign.
Celebrations again. 125 points from 5 starts. 2 million yen for breaking 2 qualifying lap records.
Yeah, not a bad day.
What more could you wish for?
And no rain.
Well, yes, yes.
A beautiful day. Beautiful conditions now, actually. Really is a picturesque venue.
Fantastic location and almost worth coming here just for the journey up. It's beautiful.
Stick to the speed limit though, 40 kilometers an hour. Take your time.
Yeah, it's not a fast run in, but it's a pretty one.
The Japanese flag flutters. And I think we should be able to get some post-race reaction. Daniel Bogas, as usual, down in the park for me, working hard. He's done several thousand steps today in the cause of ARRC. And let's get his final contribution for today.
Right. Shota, it's been so long since we've seen a Yamaha on the podium in the ASB 1000. But even with the medium front, you didn't seem to lose any grip or tire wear. So tell us, how is it managing the tire until the end?
ヤマハの、ポディウムということで、かなり難しいレースだと思うんですけど、タイヤも、今回、ミディアムを選択して、どういうレースだったかっていうのを説明してください。
日本語ジャパニーズ、ミディアム、そうですね。レース1の前に雨が降って路面温度が少し下がったからレースはだいぶフロントミディアムでも最後まで走ることができました。
Yeah, first of all, we would like to appreciate for giving us this opportunity as wildcard in the ARRC Championship, and also we're using the medium tire. Yeah, but finally, we could get podium. Yeah, we have to satisfy today. Yeah, we will see tomorrow.
Will you make any changes for the bike for tomorrow's race to try and try to catch up with Kito Abe, or will you keep it the same as today?
明日は朝のプラクティスでハードタイヤをテストして良ければ多分レースで使うので、それがうまくいけば多分トップ1、2と戦えるかもしれません。
Yeah, luckily we still have the morning session tomorrow, warm-up session. Yeah, so we try the another tire, for race 2. Yeah, we will do our best.
Thank you so much. A big congratulations to you and the team.
Thank you so much.
And in P2 for race 1 here in round 3 at the Mobility Resort Motegi from SCG Harper Honda Philippines, Kito Abe. Kito, it was a great start, and for a second there it looked like we were going to be able to keep up, but just ultimately towards the end we saw that, especially at sector 3 was where Hafiz started pulling away. So can you tell us about this race?
Yeah, this race I tried to push 120%. Yes, I have advantage sector 2, sector 3, sometimes sector 4, but I try to push, but sector 1 is a little bit slow, and but yesterday practice is an unlucky day, but come back here in the podium, so is not so happy, but I try to good improve, and but I have tomorrow race, so we get more improve, and I focus on podium center. Yeah.
The gap is actually closer compared to Buriram and Sepang. So tomorrow 125%?
200%.
Thank you so much, Kito. Congratulations. and victorious for the 5th time in a row in 2026, 2025 champion of the ASB 1000, Hafiz Sharin and JDT Racing Team. Hafiz, for a second there at the start, we all started getting concerned. We thought, okay, maybe there's going to be a bit of a battle. But then once you found the lead, the rhythm was amazing. Especially in Sector 1 and Sector 3, we saw it was constantly faster and faster. So tell us, did you find something in this race compared to the previous sessions?
No. I think we did when we did more lap and more lap, we understand how to ride the bike, and we didn't touch at all the bike from day one we arrived here. So probably from the Buriram setup, so we didn't touch at all, and we just play a little bit the fuel consumption because there's different oil here. So yeah, looks like we managed very well, and the race was beginning was drizzling a little bit, but I have a confidence it's only like some drop, but I have to pass and make a pull away, and I believe I have a pace, and the pace was amazing. Only 0.2 slow from the quali. I think if quali I do a right time in the second tire, I think I can do more, but I think I try to keep my foot in the floor because we have one more race tomorrow, and still have to working which room we can improve. But anyway, this for my team, and last but not least for Duli Amat Mulia Tengku Mahkota Ismail is TMJ, and that give me this opportunity. I will not waste this opportunity. And last is a month of Father's Day. I think all the year is Father's Day, but this month is a bit special. So yeah, this is for my dad, and last for my family that always pushing me and always stay behind me when I through up and down. And yeah, thank you to all the sponsors that support JDT Racing Team and myself, my journey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hafiz. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Race highlights for Hafiz Sharin Abdullah's 5th win in 5 races at the SB 1000cc. We're at Mategi. Everyone was hoping that they could just get a start on Hafiz, and several did. Chip Nakarin from P4 looked like he got into the lead. Zakwan got into the lead as well. It looked like Hafiz went under real pressure, but once he got into the lead by Russell, gosh, what a performance from the Ducati.
It really was. Job done. He didn't stretch away too quickly at the front. He looked like he was being patient. I think he just let the tyres and the fuel go down a little bit. That was Ashroy kicking up dust on the run down from turn 10 to 11.
That showed the determination of particularly the Hondas going on behind. But the real story would be on bike number 74. Okay, Kito Abe was chasing, and he got the better of Zakwan Zaidi. Zakwan would have a long lap penalty that will put him from contention, way out of contention, into P9 when he took the long lap. And he never recovered from that, did the number 21.
No, it really finished his campaign. His lap times didn't come back either. There he was. Off as the bikes immediately behind him just go cruising past one after another. So frustrating. This was Shota Ite getting past Kota Arakawa.
Yeah, bike number 74 would be the story. Of course, we'll focus on number 1 and number 2. But the Yamaha, all weekend, you've been saying the Yamahas shouldn't be competing for the top, as Lachlan Epis lucklessly crashes out once again. But then let's get on to this story. You've waxed lyrical in practice, you waxed lyrical in qualification. Really go for it this time, Barry.
Well, Nakarin was looking like he really had buttoned up P3. We just speculated a little bit that Shota might be able to put that on the podium, but it was surely not thing. But he did get past Nakarin. Nakarin chased hard, and he made that Yamaha R1, that Akino Speed Yamaha R1, as wide as he possibly could. And then on the final lap, as we watched our race victor for the 5th time in 5 this season come across the line, behind him Shota Ite put in the fastest lap of the race and the fastest of the field the last time around to come through to, in the end, a convincing 3rd place from Nakarin Atura Puvapat. Good for the championship for him. Stretches out his lead, another 5 points over Kito Abe. But Shota Ite and Aquino Speed, once again, congratulations to those guys.
Certainly. We will talk at length about JDT racing throughout the season, but that's a great story. That is triumph against expectations for Shota Ite. In P3 for him, terrific for him. In P2, again, Abe, 200% he says tomorrow. He'll need it because the Ducati project and the JDT project, he'll need something absolutely phenomenal to get the better of it.
Everything there is in place. Hafiz Shirin has never been physically fitter than he is now. He loves this circuit. Package is virtually perfect.
And JDT Racing will pick up the team award. And once again, we have got the Malaysian national anthem for Hafiz Shirin Abdullah and JDT to enjoy. Nagaraku. Now he's relaxed. He's been very intense this season and he's very focused and his fitness is terrific. Frank Vassi, FIM Asia Secretary General, to hand out the prizes once again. So the wild card, Shota Ite from Aquino Speed.
In second place, from Japan,
he had to work so hard for that, to hold off Chip Nakarin. He's having a frustrating season, Chip, isn't he?
He certainly is. Just missed out on the championship to Hafiz by 3 points last season. And far adrift this season.
Of this man, Hafiz Shirin Abdullah. He's in party mood at the moment, but there's another race still to come tomorrow. As Mr. Kazuyuki Takahide, the General Manager of the Motorsports Division of the Mobility Resort Motegi. Terrific venue.
And the best team for
really is a real privilege and a pleasure to come here and work in inverted commas on these races.
Yes, it is.
Now we'd like to invite Mr. Frank Vassi and Mr. Kazuyuki Takahide to take
champion
a photo
shot.
with our race winners.
Dunlop yellow, Aquino Speed yellow.
Ladies and gentlemen,
JDT red and blue.
round of applause for the ASB 1000
Mr. 200% if he is to somehow get himself a win this year. That's 4 second places for Kito Abe, all behind this man. Quick thoughts, Barry Russell, before we go to the standings of this weekend. Obviously this is a highlight, and Ite's performance.
Well, I think the moment that will live with the longest was the joy of John Emerson and Gito, the winning the Underbone 150 race. That really was something. And then we had Hiroki Ono, perfectly judged win. Do you want to look at the championship now, Des?
Yep, Hafiz Shirin leads by 29 points. Abe still hanging in there. That's a great season. 96 points from 5 races. That's not to be sniffed at. Andy Farid still in P3. Chip Nakarin just ahead of Zach Wanzadi, who had a frustrating time, as did Chip on the Honda Racing Thailand and Idemitsu Honda Racing Malaysia. Azri Hakim, tough day at the office for him. Adananto Putra in P7. Rocco Sessler's collected 41 points for the Forge team out of Malaysia. And your quick thoughts again, Barry, I interrupted you.
Hiroki Ono, brilliantly judged win and a champion's performance for Kritapat to come in on the podium. Kubo taking that win from Kazma in the Supersport 600. That was quite something to watch. And of course, 5th win out of 5 starts from Hafiz, and the brilliant Shota Ite and Aquino Speed taking that final podium spot.
Our thanks to Barry Russell for his thoughts, and to Daniel Bogarts for his hard work, and to the team behind the scenes, the cameramen, the directors, the producers, and the organisers. Hope you've enjoyed day 1 of day 2, as those clouds look like they might deposit some rain a little bit. We start tomorrow with an extra special 2 races in the TVS One Make Championship. But from now, for this Saturday, I hope you've enjoyed our coverage of the FIM Asia Road Racing Championships. We'll see you tomorrow. Very warm welcome to our continuing coverage of the Asian Road Racing Championship. Slight change to the schedule because of a little matter of a typhoon. How it means that we have got the TVS Racing International Championship qualifying ongoing right now. This is for 2 races that will take place tomorrow, one early in the morning at 8:30 and one in the afternoon, which will be part of our regularly scheduled coverage. Des Corkill alongside Barry Russell as we have a look at the first of the group, which are the slowest 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 from this morning. And the top 2 will get into, 8 from this morning. The top 2 will go into join the top 8.
Yeah, they will join. Yeah, this is qualifying 1A, and the top 8 will be joined by the top 2 from qualifying 1A.
Who we have out there at the moment, the Portuguese Pedrinho Matos, who's impressed us so far this season. Pedrinho, he was fastest in Sepang.
Indeed he was, yeah. He took pole position there. Hasn't been finishing races though.
He had 2 DNFs, got a podium last time out in Buriram, which was an indication that he's capable. Actually, it's just Shihari Dave from India on bike number 7.
Yeah, he's in qualifying 1B despite his speed because of a crash in practice, second practice session this morning. It was Chirag Vishwanath who was quickest on combined times.
A new name for us, number 20, Anthony Dominguez, and the new country for the Asia Road Racing Championship.
It is indeed Nicaragua.
But this is Pedrinho Matos, who would be amongst the favourites to get into the qualifying 1B.
Yep, he definitely would. He's just put himself provisionally at the top of the timing screens. This is a 10-minute session. It's about halfway through right now. And behind him, he's got the... Just want to check that number. Is that number 10? Oraturi Piri. Oraturi Piri. I'm trying to get my teeth in straight.
I think it's 20, isn't it? It's Dominguez. Oh no, 18. 16. 16. Naki Brifki.
Naki Brifki, who has joined this series this year and been performing really well since he did. This morning, only 10th quickest though, but lots of potential.
This is a circuit where maybe you want to get a little bit of slipstream to get in just behind somebody a little bit quicker than you. That can be very helpful.
Yeah, again on the smaller engine bikes, that can always make up some speed if you get it right.
11 is Pedrinho. He was had a good season, 2 4th-place finishes and a 5th and 1 DNF in Sepang. Nice debut season for him.
You'd have to fancy him to go through. If I had to bet, I would call on Pedrinho and Nakib to go through, but I think Antoni Dominguez, the Nicaraguan, could have something to say about that. He hasn't had any experience until now outside of South America. He's been running in the Latin Talent Cup, running near the front in the Latin Talent Cup, indeed. But he looked good. First time out on a TVS 310 Apache RR and first time at Motegi.
Leandro Paredes leads this group, but he's only 4th fastest there. Wow, he's at the 4th second. How about that? From Japan. I'm assuming he's ridden this track before.
I think Daniel told us yesterday that he hadn't. So he's local, but he hasn't raced here before.
Fadi Al-Ghassani in P3 at the moment. This will be the last chance that they go. Here's, as you mentioned, Anthony Dominguez. 7th at the moment, KY Ahmed, the veteran Indian in P8.
Pedrinho looks like he's going to stretch his time at the front. Best time in free practice this morning was 2:05.7.
So he's not far out, he's 4/10 out, and he's fast through sector 1. He's bike number 11. He just did a 2:06.
No, he was off then. Yeah. Just the timing screen adjusting a little bit then, I think. But Anthony Dominguez, he looks really promising.
We are spreading that far and wide on this TVS International Racing.
Very far and very wide.
Davidson's left, right and centre.
Yeah, more to come as we get into qualifying 1B, as we will see as we stay with Dominguez. Looks confident.
6 needs some time inside, anything inside 2:06. Could be enough to get him through. Into the home straight now, accelerates through. It is a longish home straight. Seems to stretch on forever. As he got there, comes through Dominguez, he's just outside.
Yeah, he's got another flying lap and he's learning all the time. That was the 5th best time, 2:07.6, so big ask for him to get another second off that. Kento Turner in second now.
Just 4 thousandths quicker than Fadil Al-Ghassani.
Yeah, and Pedrinho well clear at the top. And he wouldn't have been in qualifying 1B had it not been for his crash. So,
I think the number 11 is happy with his time. He can't see that being bettered because he just posted a 2:04.9 inside 2:05.
It's a 2-second advantage.
So it's up to the rest.
And the fastest time we've seen today. So Pedrinho looking good. If he keeps this form, depending on what the others do, he could be on for his second pole position.
It's the first of the qualifying, the slowest in the times during practice. The top 2 go through. Pedrinho, Matos plus who? At the moment, John Kento Turner, but only just.
Nakib Rifki could come back up. He's had a good first 2 sectors. Could be Nakib.
Needs to be 2:07. Anything on the 2:06s will be enough. Let's keep an eye on Nakib. Currently in P7. His split time is 1:38, currently P2.
Yeah. Kento Turner, just the number 13. This is the last time around.
And there's traffic for Nakib. He's got somebody in front of him, unless he can get out of that.
He's got Jean in front of him.
So they come through, it's the checkered flag this time. And going into P2 behind Pedrinho is Nakib.
It is Nakib, yes indeed. 2:06.619, so handsomely into the 2:06s. 4/10 clear of Jean Kento Turner, as it turned out. So as the safety car and the breakdown truck make their way around. Don't think I saw anybody go down there, but better to make sure.
Confirmation from qualifying 1A, the top 2 qualify for 1B. Pedrinho Matos, the young Portuguese for TVS Racing International, inside 2:05. Over a second and a half ahead of Nakib Rifki, the young Malaysian, ahead of the Japanese, the Indonesian Fadil Al-Ghassani, Paredes from Philippines, Lakshit Sahari Dave, Anthony Dominguez on debut, and KY Ahmed. Coverage continuing here of the Asian Road Racing Championship round 3 from Motegi. This is the qualifying 1B session of the TVS Racing International Championship. Earlier on we had the 1A session where Pedrino Matos, bike number 11, and Mohamed Nakib Rifki, bike number 16, qualified. And they joined the 6 fastest. 2 out on the track at the moment, John Lopez, the Colombian, and Odatilwe Piri, the young South African who's made such an impression in this his debut full season. 1 podium, and the DNF FIM Buriram went well placed for challenging for another podium. Barry Russell alongside Des Kokil, and we like young Odatilwe, don't we?
Yeah, showing real promise. He was fast when we saw him first as a wild card back in December at Buriram as we wound up the 2025 season. But he's a much more level-headed rider. He's really putting some good races together. He was quickest in the first qualifying practice session, I beg your pardon, this morning, and second overall on combined times. So, looking really good on this circuit. His first time to Motegi, coming all the way from Johannesburg.
Bike number 10, there's Odatilwe.
However, we have to say, Des, that in that qualifying 1A session, Pedrinho did the fastest time of the day.
And just under 2:05. This is Luis Miguel. The Spanish are coming and taking over this TVS Racing International Championship. Luis has had a good season, and he's got a chance because Sartak Chaban's an absentee for this week. So Luis Miguel has got a chance to get closer to Sartak in the championship standings. He could, with 2 wins, overtake him. Here he's joined by the Portuguese Pedrino Matos. He's already warmed up and had one nice lap. Ramdan Rosley is the championship leader. He's bike number 1.
Yeah, I think with these short 10-minute sessions, that is an advantage in a way to go through qualifying 1A.
Yes.
He knows exactly what these track conditions are like.
Yes.
Whereas Luis hasn't been on track since about 9 o'clock this morning.
Luis Miguel has had podium. 2 podiums. A win in Buriram. Luis Miguel, of course he did.
Yeah, he did.
After a P3 in Sepang, and they sandwiched 2 DNFs. So a bit of consistency perhaps required.
Yeah, that's it, and that's what Sartak, the absent Sartak, and Ramdan Rosley have had, is the consistency. And that's why they are quite clear at the top of the championship at the moment.
We're through Sector 2 into Sector 3 at the moment. 3 is Luis Miguel. Matos is kind of tracking the Spaniard. And then as they come to the brow of the hill, and then it's a steep slope down into a lovely right-hander. They've got some great corners in this ARRC. I love turn 12 and Buriram. I love this turn 11.
Yeah, it's really key. So difficult to get your braking right, get your corner entry right, and then you plunge into the tunnel, into the blackness out of the light, and then you've got to get it set up right for the turn 12, 13, 14 combination that gets you onto the home straight where they are now.
The fastest lap at the moment, Luis Miguel, 2:06.975. Matos 2:08.404, so we know he can improve dramatically on that.
Chiron, who was quickest this morning on combined times, moves up with the 2:06.2. So the times on that first flying lap, not quite yet in the ballpark. Odatilwe there cruises past John Lopez, another of the Spanish speakers.
Colombian and South African. And the Colombian, is he using Odatilwe kind of as a windbreak there to just be able to ease out, get a bit of pace from him? Under the tunnel for the first time, and then up into the countryside, the lush green countryside. No rain today, just a little bit of drizzle in the 1000cc race.
Yeah, which didn't slow anyone down at all. It's quite fun to watch. Tilly really coming of age. He's currently 17. Races in the South African Supersport 600 Championship, and indeed took the championship last year, and I think was leading this one as well.
Our first look at number 19, Vicente Perez-Selpa. Number 4, Cherant Vishwanath, who currently is in first place. Right then, through sector 2. Ramdan Rosley is out on the track as well.
Looks like this should be a good lap from Vicente as well. No, sector 3 not so good for Vicente.
Always Vishwanath will stick with him on the white helmet as he'll come out third in this group. Bike number 4 fastest at the moment. So Oratilwe P2, Lopez P3, Chiranth doesn't improve his time. Oh, he does just a little bit, 0.62. Puts the earlier lap from Pedrino into real focus, doesn't he? He was inside 2:05.
Yeah, and now he's done a 2:08.4 in this one. So go figure. Let's see what he does on this next lap. Well, the answer is that's a pretty decent sector 1, his best of the day. Sorry, of this session. There's Ramdan following Vicente. Vicente has taken a Moto3 CIV, that's the Italian championship. He's champion there. They always say it's the CIV or the CEV you want to get into if you want to really strike it big in the world of GPs. And he's got a good record in Moto3 as well. Best finish P5. And he's run in Moto3 as a replacement rider as recently as 2023. So good credentials.
That's the number 19. At the moment, not showing them on the track. He's 6 at the moment. We're sticking with Ramdan Rosley. That's Vicente going through in the black helmet at the bottom of the hill. We're sticking with Ramdan Rosley, the championship leader. 4 podiums, but just 1 win this season. Sartak's got 2 wins. The absent Sartak, Luis Miguel, the 1. With the championship leader, Ramdan Rosley, by 5 points from Sartak. Now then, what can he do here? John Lopez moves fastest at the moment. What does Ramdan do?
Good work from the Colombian there.
Well, Ramdan stays in P4. So then, on to the last lap. Cherant Vishwanath bettered his time to 2:06.0. John Lopez, the Colombian, second. Oratilwe would share the front row if this is how it stands. Everyone on their final lap now.
Yeah, Oratilwe at the back of that group. John Lopez on the move, and the fastest sector 1 so far for Cherant. Pedrino fast through sector 1 as well. So we are going to see the order shift around a little bit. There's Pedrino clear at the front of that group. Cherant on the move as well. He was really quick this morning as well. That's John Lopez.
Would this be a first front row for Lopez? Can't remember him.
I'm pretty sure it will be, yeah.
If he can hold on. The best position of P6 so far for Lopez this season. That's what we like to see, that the rider's improving. The Sartak Jaban story is a classic one. we've seen his improvement over 3 seasons. Right then, they're coming down the hill.
Pedrinho is looking like he's going to be the fastest rider around this lap. Or Tilwe improving, but he had a bad sector 2. So intriguing as we get into the late stages here.
Here's Luis Miguel. Pedrinho goes through.
So Pedrinho is going to go top, I think.
Indeed he does.
He does. 205.337.
Lopez stays second. Luis Miguel third. Ooh,
Vicente Perez Selfa.
Wow.
Oh, now we kind of saw that coming. He was cagey. He had to learn the bike. He had to learn the circuit. And he just pulled the pin at the last moment.
205.19, pretty quick.
To grab pole position, yeah. Not quite as quick as Pedrinho's best lap in qualifying 1A, bizarrely. But really good time. And John Lopez getting on to the front row as well. Brilliant stuff. Randan down in 8th. He's going to start on the 3rd row.
Vicente Perez Selfa, 205.190. Will be on pole tomorrow alongside Portugal's Pedrinho Matos and John Lopez. I wonder if Daniel Bogas has got any Portuguese or Spanish. Might need it. No, the boys all speak English, I think. But Chiran Vishwanath, a good P4 for him ahead of Luis Miguel. Or a Tilwe Piri from South Africa in P6. And even Ramdan, as you say, will be on the 3rd row of the grid. All Malaysian, but a little bit further back than they might like to be. Okay, and with that, our coverage from the Mobility Resort Mategi ends for today. It's been slightly different than usual for those of you who regularly watch the ARRC, but we've got ourselves back on track tomorrow. 2 TVS International Championship races tomorrow, and the regular Underbone 150, the AP 250, Supersport 600, and 1000cc for the Superbikes. From Barry Russell and Des Corkill and Daniel Bogas and everyone behind the scenes. Hope you've enjoyed it. We certainly have. Mategi is beautiful. See you tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning.